Hello. I literally just realized I could make chicken smaller. Well, now things are strange though too. He's a little tilted, but he's smaller and more manageable, I think. Hi. How's it going? We're getting to the things. Let's do the things. I'm gonna let the sim sort of, well, not the sim, but just the stream kind of get up and going and hanging out by itself for a little bit. So we will look at Sky Vector. I planned even less than I usually So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Let me find the thingy that I need. I gotta get my energy drink already. Ta-da! Yep, that looks good. Boom! So, we did MEI last time for MEI. But I figure we should probably go somewhere else again. So my one thought was, I'm trying to get hours. So is there a place that's nope, it's not. Mins. Nope. Frick. Or do we just go from MEI again? No, we have to be different, and it's easier for me to look for this stuff on here. But yes, plenty of story times, full month worth, including what I am mentally calling my personal hell week. We will go over that. I want to say it wasn't that bad, but it was interesting. So let's find somewhere, or we could just look around, I guess. What do we want? Do we want a little bit of actual? That could be kind of fun. I prefer not to have to wander around in MOAs, but these are the things that we do in the sim, that even if we could do them in real life, perhaps we don't. I'm kind of liking the marginal stuff. That could be kind of cool. Boom, what about this one? Monticello. Sure. What we got? Broken at 2400? Nothing. That's nothing. Sure, why not? We'll plan 2 there. Look. So we'll plan from, I don't know. We're gonna do autopilot again in the 310. I will attempt to be more on top of things this time. Should we go from here? Another marginal, climb into marginal, and then, oh, 404, airport not found. Sure, why not? That sounds fun. 4 Oscar 4. Yeah? How long is that? 150 miles? Seems like a long way. Oscar 4 to Kaliluk. Maybe we need to, oh, we have some layers we could add. Let's look. Air mats. Instrument, and looks like turbulence. Aha! Oh, turbulence high. Oh yeah, 30,000 to 40,000. Nah, we are not going to be that high. And IFR. Don't need turbulence. Yeah, so here we have our AirMet for IFR. AirMet Sierra issued, blah, 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 instrument meteorological conditions, which we kind of sort of wanted, right? So, I'm almost like maybe we pop K-Hot. Let's try that. Hang on. We're gonna. So that's, oops. 94 nautical miles, and is that also pretty close to 90? Yeah, we could do that. 90, 90, and then Although, what's this one? El Dorado. And we'll see if we need a nice long leg at the end, maybe we'll head back that direction. So yeah, we'll start at there and we'll plan for ILS RNAV VOR. And they had RNAV. So let's try, ooh, should we try an ILS? Well, let's see what the weather's supposed to be doing. Variable at 6. ILS is for 0.5, and that seems like it's in line with the potential winds, question mark. I'm not doing all of the math that I should be or figuring out when the actual times are. But we'll go with it. I promise I'm a lot better and more thorough in an actual plane. So yeah, we'll plan for the ILS into, ooh, and it's gonna be right in our way. Oh, I love it. Okay, ILS for runway 5. It is, let me scroll in a little bit so that we can see it better. ILS for runway 5 at Memorial Field hot. It is correct and up to date. 111.5 for a localizer DME, approach course 53 degrees, runway length 65.95. Touchdown zone elevation 516, ADF or DME required. We have that. Circling not authorized northwest. We're not planning on circling. And use the localizer hot DME when on the localizer course. So that is one of those instances of making sure you're using the correct equipment for the correct things. Yeah. Mausers we'll be looking for. We'll look at our frequencies when we get in there. Unicoms 123, ASOS, Memphis. We're gonna we'll head to Markey and then to our thing and base leg question mark. Yeah. Oh, yep. Sorry, hang on. Getting the energy drink. My Heidi Fuel. I'm not sponsored, so we'll just call it that. All right. Maximum effort. I guess I can just put it back down here. From Markey will be 2,300 or whatever we're given. Intercepting the localizer at that 2,300. And then coming down to our minimums of 732 with half statute miles of visibility. Otherwise, our FAF to map is 5.1 nautical miles. So from the localizer outer marker, 5.1. So localizer outer marker is 6.5. So 5.1 is going to be 5.1. 1.4. No, there it is. Yeah. We would be going, oh, for this one, yeah, no, we'd still be going 90 on our final. Would be 324. Excellent. Looking for those Mausers, and if we don't have the runway in sight, we hit our 732 DA. We will climb straight ahead to 1,000 and climbing right turn to 3,000 for hot radial 123 direct socks. And we would probably get onto the radial so we could do a teardrop. Teardrop entry. Cool. All right. Next, well, we'll also look, I guess. We'll go up to, we're going that direction, so 7,500. Why not? Why not? Or 55. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll wing it. Ha 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 ha. RNAV, which one would we be doing? I had a moment of like, oh, should we just brief it in the air? It sounds like a lot more work than, what am I doing? Oh, weather, than doing it in the plane. 070 for now. 12-0. What runways do we have? 03 and 21. Math. It's probably going to be 3. Although I kind of want it to be 2-1 because coming in like that. You know what? We will. We're gonna see what our weather does. We're gonna see what our weather is doing, and we'll do that in the air. So we have our plan. Okay, hot. Double checking. Any NOTAMs? Pappy's out of service for our departure airport. Oopsie. Okay, hot is one of the taxiways is A between one and taxi B. Couple taxiways are closed. Ah, okay. We should probably check on that. Let's do what we're supposed to do, shall we? Okay, so I'm just gonna go on this one, zoom in, and I'll figure out what's taxiway what now. And I'll just point it out. Airport diagram. Okay, so NOTAM being taxiway Alpha between runway 1331 and taxiway Bravo is closed. Runway 1331. Oh, taxiway Alpha between runway 1331 and taxiway Bravo is closed. So Alpha is this one. There is no taxiway here on my diagram. Am I looking at the right thing? K hot, K hot, K hot. Weird. Okay, good to know. So yeah, so there's no taxiway here on my diagram. This is taxiway Bravo. This is taxiway Alpha. So this whole taxiway is closed according to the NOTAM. Unless I'm reading it incorrectly. The ILS runway 5 outer marker is out of service, so we'll be using our GPS. Our nav is you know what? I don't really understand this. The way they do the NOTAMs now in ForeFlight, like there's ones that are active, but they're in the older category, but they're still active, so it makes it seem like they're not active anymore. All right, complaining. Taxiway Golf between taxiway Alpha and taxiway Delta is closed. Golf, Alpha, and Delta. So this is closed. Can I write on here? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, bleh. That's really large. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Bleh. 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 That's too much. How do undo? Control Z. Okay. Make it smaller. There, make a little tiny one. Can you freaking go? Z. Zoom in more. Ah. This one. That's too big. Tiny. This one. That one. That one's closed. Okay, good. Golf between taxiway Alpha, taxiway Delta. Echo is closed between the runway 523 and taxiway Delta. echoes close between. Okay, so this one as well. Jeez. Urgh. My gosh. 1,000% zoom. We're gonna get this. Why did I think this was a good idea? Oh my God. There, that one. We're calling it. We're calling it good. Taxiway Alpha between runway 1331 and taxiway Delta. Oh, so just this whole chunk right here-ish. There. Bam. Nailed it. So, we'll be landing runway 5. So, let me think. Okay, so last time I ran us out of fuel. So let's not do that. We will simulate that we will like go and get fuel before taking off again. But I think we're gonna be fine. We're gonna fill up on the ground before we depart. And then I think our next stop, we will wander over to the fuel and fuel it up if we're gonna take back off and head back to our departure airport. They do have RNAVs back into that airport, so we should be good. Okay, cool. So if we will. Okay. So like for. So we'd basically have to back taxi on the runway, all the way back down if we wanted to take back off on runway 5. I'm just like, let's roll it out, get to here, turn this way, take off that way. Seems like a lot less ish. Or again, depending on weather, like, yeah, we could, let me just double check to make sure. If we're doing the things correctly, the way we're supposed to. Golf Echo Alpha. Yeah, so we could do Delta the whole way. So like we could roll all the way out, go there, neum. I don't know. I just kind of want to go there and take off. We have the power, but we'll look at the weather. The variable at 6, so we'll see how long it takes us to get there. Okay, cool. So then we'll check the NOTAMs at our next airport. Absolutely none. Whee! Sounds good. Cool. And oh shoot, we were gonna brief in the air. Oh, I don't want to brief. We'll brief both. We're gonna brief both thoroughly on the ground, and then we just remember abbreviated briefing in the air. So if we were to go runway 3, currently 70 degrees 4 knots, so this is probably the one we would do if it stays similar. RNAV 3 into Monticello. It is correct and up to date. Approach course 31 degrees, runway length 5,000, touchdowns on elevation 268. RMP approach GPS, runway 3 helicopter irrelevant. Frequencies. We would be coming from probably, depends on what we wanted. We could go to Weppet. That sounds fun. So probably we'll go to, well, maybe make us do the hold. I think I want to try and make us do the hold. So we'll go potentially to Josas and then Voop, and then in. I just realized I forgot to like check to make sure things are actually working. Oh my God. Testing. I feel like I sound a little bit quiet, so I kind of want to. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put this down a little bit though. Ooh, yeah, sure. We'll go with that. See, but when I get really okay, maybe I could put a. I'm nervous about putting myself louder because I get loud. I'll remember what it was at. I'll go like that. Maybe like that. Yeah, that wasn't that loud. We'll see what happens. I'm gonna double check it. See if things are... Okay, I don't know. I don't actually know how this stuff works, so I hope I didn't just like mess stuff up. Okay. Anywho, back to the briefings. So, whip it. Oh, I mean, I do. I kind of like saying whip it, but no. Hold. We're gonna do the hold. 2,000, probably. I do. I want to try the VNav on the autopilot. I want to try and make that work. So we'll see. Oh, hug him. Oh, I like that, especially because it's one of the arms of the approach. Anywho, Josas, and we will do an entry. I'm going to try and get us into a hold. We'll see how that works. And then we'll go in, and that's going to be, yeah, 2,000. So, oh, I kind of almost, I don't know. I feel like there was an avionics issue last time, but we'll see. 2,000 for normal purposes, 2,000 to Josas, and continue at 2,000 to Hinbo. I will say I have, in real life, practicing, I did. I made a silly, because usually after the initial approach fix on a lot of approaches, you descend to a final approach fix altitude. So when it doesn't, you start descending without thinking about it. So one of those, what do you call it? Assumption bias. Expectation bias, that one. So we will. 2,000 will, again, normal operations would probably be at 2,000. Go to 2,000, stay at 2,000 for Hinbo, and then descend on the, we should have LPV, so we can go, oh, it's an LNAV. Oh, so we're doing an MDA as well. Cool. Okay, so 820 for our MDA, no going below, so we'll dive and drive it, maintaining above 940 by Ulaya, or at Ulaya. And then 820 for our MDA, 1 statute mile visibility. And we'll be looking for the runway. We got pappies, medium intensity runway lighting, and reels. If we don't get the runway in sight by our runway 3 on our GPS, we will climb ahead to 2,000, which is our initial approach fix. Altitude. Direct to Yasuk. Straight ahead. Yasuk is over there somewhere. So, from runway 3, 1900, 25 nautical miles. See, this just, I feel like this, sorry, can I just highlight this? This should reflect, the other minimum altitudes in the approach. That's just me. Anywho, we'll just minimum safe altitude from runway 3, 25 nautical miles. Ulaya, where is this? Yasuk is how far? Hang on. Direct Yasuk. Doesn't say. Now I'm curious. Hang on. Procedure. Oops. No, we'll do Yasuk. Oops. I assume it's not 25 nautical miles away. Yeah, 11.7. So that, so our missed fix is within 25 nautical miles. All of these other fixes are within 25 nautical miles. So why is our MSA 1900? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe I'm not thinking about it enough. We're gonna move on. I assume they had a reason. So I'll get that set up for when we pop it up there. Oh, shoot. And then runway 21 if we go that way. Oh, which is what we wanted instead. Okay, so scrolling in. Okay, runway 21 for Monticello. It is correct and up to date. Approach course is 211. Ah, this one is an LPV. Why? Interesting. So there is, and it probably has it on here. Hang on. Oops, that was probably a bit much. We have this. I think it's this. Where is Ulaya? Oops. So hang on. I'm gonna put the full procedure in. Approach RNAV 2. Oops, not RNAV 3. Not RNAV 21. RNAV 3 from Webbit. Yasuk Ulaya. Okay. See, this is what's weird because what I'm seeing is over here. Where am I? There. Okay. Ulaya is about here. Hinbo, the FAF, is about here. So this is the obstacle I was looking at. So I would have thought that that would be here. And that would be why you'd want to stay above. But I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's my assumption, is that the obstacle, that's why it doesn't allow for a glide slope. So for this one, if we did do runway 21, we would just go direct Yasuk, and yeah, we wouldn't have to do a procedure turn, depending on when we got ourselves started over here. We'll see what happens. And then Joop. Correct. Runway 21, Monticello, up to date. Approach course 211, runway length 5,000, touchdown zone elevation 255. Irrelevant frequencies. Minimum safe 2,000, coming from Yasuk. Potential direct entry. Just kidding. Potential, if we came from over here, we could do it'd probably give us a parallel. And then, yeah, 2,000. So yeah, so now this one is 2,000 up there. Weird. Okay. So 2,000, same thing, staying at that from Yasuk from our initial approach fix to our final approach fix, Yasuk and Tony in this case. And then we can continue down if we wanted to follow the glide slope to 514 with 7/8 statute mile visibility. Staying above 1240 by Jugag if we decided to do the LNAV instead, but also be monitoring even with our glide slope. And then we have a visual descent point, again for the LNAV, for 1 mile to runway 21, which would be our 600, and when we would want to have the runway by, otherwise we would potentially be having an unstable approach anywhere from there. Coming in, 1, 2, same thing, PAT-Bs, medium intensity runway lighting, and reels. If we did not get the runway in sight. So our DA, again, 514, we'll go missed. Otherwise, 600, that's gonna be our, yeah, whatever the GPS tells us to do. Direct 2,000, or straight ahead 2,000 to Josas. Cool, I like it. All right, so we have those options, and we will, I'll get this, not that. ready. That's the first one we're going to be doing. Boop, 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 boop. And we'll see which other one we'll be doing later. Boop and boop. Before we start the sim, we'll get that. Oh, I guess I should probably figure out. I guess probably still 7,500 for the next one. Got that. Oops. Turn on. Wah, 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 wah. Right. Little nav map is good. Got track IR up. So now we can there. Get the sim started and start story times. Okay. Bum, 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 boop. And oops, actually I can go like this and go like that. All right. Flight sim. There it goes. Mew. There we go. I'm gonna have to adjust that once we get in. Excellent. Okay. Monitoring the things like a good streamer. Like a good streamer. Just kidding. Okay, good. All right. Go like that, go like that. Okay, we'll crank through first week of story times. Let me just double check. When the heck we streamed last? March 28th. Okay. Okay, so okay. Oh, first was get my cross-referencing things together. Go like that. Split view. Pictures. Ooh. As usual, I'm gonna try to keep it simple. we all know how well that goes. So I did March 28th. Oh yeah, that was that. Really? I don't remember streaming on that day, but okay. We already talked about it, so that's fine. I had a multi-lesson. That was the first thing since last time. What did we do? We did a cross country. Okay, yeah, so I have to admit this. So I'm still newish to the Apache, and the setup, and I was in the left seat and instructor was in the right seat, and we did a cross country. Oops. What? Strange. Okay. We're just gonna go there. Departure. Sure, why not? Okay. So we did. I wanted to do cross country, as well as I wanted some instrument time because I did. I got out of instrument currency and then got back into instrument currency, and it was a lot. So I wanted to kind of keep trying to get that stuff up, especially because applying for jobs and stuff, I need more cross country hours, and I assumed more instrument approaches and time and stuff recently. So when I could, since we were doing that, I wanted that anyway. So we filed and everything, and it was a lot. I can still be a little bit of a baby when it comes to the ATC stuff. Sometimes I'm really good about it, and then other times it just, like, the original, not fear, but just, I don't want to do something wrong. Oh my God, I want to do that. So it was doing that, and the new, like, setup. GPS is down here. The instruments are over here. Plus I'm doing the multi, which again, I'm still getting back used to. And yeah. And again, I was, like, just barely back in currency instrument wise. So it was, again, like I said, a lot. Hello. How's it going? We're just getting into it. We got our plan and everything. So yeah, strap in. So we did. And on that, there was a lot. I keep saying that because I am, all right, I'll just rip the Band-Aid off. We were talking about stuff. We were getting stuff ready. We were listening and whatever. And then all of a sudden I look over at my altitude, because obviously I hadn't been paying attention to it as much as I should have. And I was 400 feet high and still kind of climbing. Oh, I was so mad. And as soon as I started, like, putting the nose down, pulling the power out, ATC comes on. And they're like, Apache, blah, blah, blah. Altimeter is whatever it is. And I was like, no, I got the passive aggressive. You're too high. Get the F down. I was so upset, but I have used it as an example for my other students, or for my students, when they get, like, especially when I'm practicing with my instrument students, and they'll get too high or whatever, and they'll be upset about it. And it's like, dude, I just literally last week got the whole passive aggressive thing from ATC. So it happens, like, as long as you're doing okay. But yeah, so that was fun. But the approach went okay. The landing was crosswindy, so that was interesting. And then we landed, we taxied off. And we actually just asked for, it was a long enough runway where we're like, my instructor was like, oh, we should just ask for a, like, taxiway departure so that we don't have to taxi all the way back. And so we asked for it, and they're like, yeah, sure. So we just flipped around, and that was fun in a multi-engine trying to do the freaking differential thing and the rudders, which I've recently found out. Sorry. Found out, been told, use my rudders a bit more than I think. So yeah, so I'll have to practice doing that, remembering I have rudders also instead of the differential thrust. So did that, took off, and then we were gonna do VFR on the way back because we did want to practice the maneuvers for MEI, or at least go through those as we were on our way back. And I don't think we never got switched off, like switched to a next frequency. We were gonna ask to just, hey, we want to go back VFR, but that never kind of happened, and we never got switched to a frequency. And then we got out of range, I guess, so I don't, my instructor's like, I'll take the rap for it if there was anything, but they probably don't care. And I was like, okay, because we didn't file anything back. So yeah, I don't know, that was interesting. And then, so I was still in the left seat because at the time it was just practicing getting used to the aircraft itself. So we did the maneuvers, and that was okay. I still got to work on them. We might do a little bit of that today. And we went to do the, can you see these? Yeah, the control thing. Oh, that's what I'll do. Hang on. Sorry. Good day. Oh, and hell yeah. Oh, can I say that while still being a lady? Yes, it is. I'm excited to be back doing this stuff, and I'm hoping to be better than last time as usual. And yeah, and I hope it is a good day for you as well. But yes, so what happened was, so learning the MEI stuff, a lot of it is, I mean, a lot more of it, I think, for instructing multi stuff is making sure your student doesn't kill you than just normal CFI stuff. Let me get this. It's bugging me, and I assume maybe it's bugging you as well. But it's bugging me at least, so we're gonna go like this. We'll do full screen so that it's not all weird like that. Yay, keep changes. Apply and save. Go back. Resume. Okay, so what happened? So be looking down here. Maybe I need to, can I, there we go. Oh yes, we'll get the beautiful pants in there. All right, so what we're doing, part of that is when you're doing multi stuff, you're confirming instructor and student to make sure, especially when you're shutting down an engine or something, you confirm, okay, we're gonna shut down the right engine. So, sorry. Oh, and then I mess it up. So typically we do the left one because that's a critical engine, so worst case scenario. So we'll be, as instructor, I would be pulling this back, cutting the engine, that engine would be going out, and then what the student has to do is mix, hang on. So it's this. We'll put it there and there-ish. That's what it's kind of like. All right, so as instructor, we confirm we're gonna be cutting the left engine. So then what the student has to do is mixture, props, throttle, identify, verify, dead leg, dead engine should be the left one, so bring that back. Nothing should happen because the engine's dead, so you shouldn't hear anything. So then identify, verify, and then potentially feather, mixture, secure. So again, practicing for my MEI stuff. So I'm trying to get the flows for MEI. So he is in the right seat still. I'm in the left seat. We're just kind of going over it. We shut down the engine. He shuts down the engine, left engine, and starts going like this with the right engine. And since I don't have my flows yet, it was just and you could kind of like, you hear that other engine start coming down. And so I need to work on my no, don't do that engine rather than just noises, right? And so we figure that out, do the things, blah, 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 get it back and everything. And he tells me that was actually an accident on his part. I told him this because like I wanted to make sure that like I would like to know when that stuff is like, yeah, because I know as an instructor, you're not going to do everything perfect. So I'm glad to have had that experience because clearly now I know that I need to verbalize myself a bit better when things might go wrong. Because like with a student, you pull that back and they start and they like that. I need to be more efficient about letting them know and grabbing it, and being like, do not do that, sort of a thing. So that was interesting. And yeah, I think that was about it for that lesson. So I'll get back to chat. I'll quick try to run through the rest of the that week. Yeah. Good to see me back in this stuff. Yes, I am. I'm happy to be. I wish I could do more, but it does. It just keeps on seeming like things just keep happening. Things keep like, coming up. And it's like, if I have any time for anything, I need to be working on other sorts of things. So I'll get into all of the sorts of story times with all the things I'm variously working on as we go. But I do. At some point, I would like to be more, at least once a week, and be able to like branch out and stuff. But yeah, at least like the multi stuff, I'm getting a bit more into, and so yeah. And glad to see you guys too. I do. I miss you guys when I'm not able to do this. It's a day, you guess. Okay, you're coming down from a high from last weekend where you were busy and enjoying it. Okay, well that's good, but like it's good to have the less high stuff so that you appreciate the more high stuff, right? yeah, maybe. But that's good though that your last weekend was good. Do we get to know what it was? I don't want to pry, but be interested. Slow as fast as your mentality. Yes, that's actually what my current multi instructor says. It's slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's what he says. So he puts a little thing in between there. And that was one of the things that my original multi-instructor also said something about, is that I was going too fast through things as well, and just you have a little more time than you think. So like, first thing, breathe, control the plane, do the things right. And yeah, don't make it worse. So yeah. Okay. All right. Next. So I got one approach in there and some instrument time. So that was good. Next thing was, I don't know. Did ground apparently, maybe? No. Oh, no. Never mind. I already talked about that. Oh, also, same day. Oh, that's what happened. So before we left, we were in the plane. We got in the plane, and in that plane, the fuel stuff is down between the seats, and which includes the primers, and we don't use the primers. But the whole housing of one of the primers was like not secured. So we had to get out. They had to like take stuff out and fix that, whatever. So while we did that, we did a little bit of ground, and we talked about the accelerate, stop, accelerate, go distances, which I completely forgot how that stuff works. So I was very confused and started looking into it afterward, and it made more sense after I looked at it again, because at the time, again, I hadn't looked at it in a while, so I was like, oh, the accelerate stop distance, that's where you would like decide to stop. Sorry. And the accelerate go distance is where you would decide to go, but no, the accelerate go distance is the distance you would have, like if you did yeah. I have to look into it more. But like, yeah, he was explaining it and I was like, oh my God, I don't understand. And then this aircraft, the aircraft I originally flew it had graphs and charts and calculations for the accelerate go, accelerate stop distances. I will have to make sure that it was like an actual, like the actual performance calculations and not just, what are they called? Recommendations. I mean, you still use them, but I kind of assume that they were like the actual calculations. Whereas with the airplane I'm currently flying, it doesn't have those. You have to figure it out with the normal takeoff, normal landing, normal single engine takeoff, single engine landing. Again, I gotta go over this stuff again. So yeah, so we did that. Again, stuff that I have to, yeah, do more of, more studying with. There's always something else to study. Okay, what was next? Next day was, or maybe, I don't know. Next day of lessons. Had it with private student at work airport. We did slow flight and recovery, as well as pitch and power management. And then finally got into the air with inconsistent instrument student who also needed his BFR. So we planned to do wings. And his wings were airport ops, simulated instrument, and takeoffs and landings. So we went and did that, and it took a little bit longer than I had expected it to. I expected a little bit more precision, but again, he hadn't flown in a while. But the fact that we were working on instrument stuff, and he had been good, and yeah, so it took a little bit longer. We did all of the stuff, and yeah, ended up over some little puffers, so that was kind of cool. And yeah, I don't know, I feel like it definitely could have been better, but it's like, I think I've soloed students who did worse, so I was fine with it. Then had lesson with had lesson with other instrument student over at work airport, And we did an ILS to a missed and hold, and then we did an ILS including the procedure turn and missed, and then we did VOR at the same airport and missed. So we introduced the ground-based approaches without worrying about the landing. Cool. Let's go with that. Next. Next day was, oh yes, so next day did a little, so there was a student, I guess I could go like this. Oops, no, not like that. Oh God, I never remember which button. I need to, oops. Oh my God, is that my gear? Oops. There we go, that button. I need to put stickers on my buttons. Bam, bam. We'll make it look like that instead of you looking at the things. Did spins with owner at home, one of the owners at home airport, to try and get me good enough to be, and I'm officially a 24 calendar month CFI, so I could do all the 24 calendar month CFI stuff. Yay. So including spin training and doing stuff for initial CFI applicants. So yeah, tried to do that. I wish I would have been better, and yeah, so I'm gonna have to work on that. But the student who had wanted me to potentially do spins for his CFI initial, he figured it out elsewhere, so I'm off the hook for it for now. But I'd like to get better at that for the actual teaching of it. I think, well, I definitely could have been better with the actual execution of the into and recovery from sort of stuff, but especially actually instructing the stuff, I wanted to be better, and owner wanted me to be better in their plane. So yeah, and I totally understand that. So we'll work on it. And then with currently pre-solo private student, we did a little local cross country, the one that I usually do, where we do navigation, flight planning, looking at the charts, doing airspace awareness, pattern entry, departure, crosswind takeoffs and landing and correction, and then GPS ops. So we follow landmarks on the way to airport, and then we work on the GPS as well. So just a kind of casual-ish intro to navigation stuff. Then had another day. Oh, and I put together a thing. So he went and did his written. I didn't tell him to go work, like schedule his written, but I was like, all right, go ahead. Oh, and it was Easter. Happy Easter, everyone. Hope you had a good one. That was then already? Okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I get to wait. Hang on. No, that's good. That's perfect. Yeah, Easter. Okay. Finishing this, getting in there, doing this. I'll be back. Hang on. Okay, so I'm almost done here, and then we'll get to the things. I didn't realize that was already a week. That's good. I like it. So this student went and did he scheduled his thing, which I realized if you're doing sporties, make sure that you get, as students, not at least 90% consistently on the practice tests, and not just the 80% that they require. Because he did not pass his first written test. He had been studying, so so I did. I had him keep working through stuff, and I put together a list of the things that all the areas he had missed according to the test. And I've asked him questions about those certain things since I went through it, and he's been fine with it. So it must have been the particularities and stuff, but still necessary. So we're still working towards that. And yeah, at this point I told him to keep, and that's the thing too, is I told him to he was working through the 200 questions, and I had told him to do a practice test, see how he did, and then go back to the 200 questions. But what it seemed like he did is he, as soon as I said that, did a practice test, did another, until he got his 80%, scheduled his test, continued studying as far as I was told. So yeah, that's what it seemed. So then when I told him this, I was like, okay, so this time I want you to hear what I'm saying. Take one practice test now, see where you're at, because he has been studying for a while, like from this. Take one practice test. If you get over 95, then take another one. I might be being a little strict, but I have to sign him off at this point, so we'll see. If he gets over 95, then he can take another one. If he's consistently that, then he could schedule another one. But we still need to go over it together, but I'm holding that off so that he doesn't go off and do stuff by himself now. So I was very clear about that stuff now, so hopefully we'll see. Yeah, so that was that. Yeah? Okay, sorry, coming back. Being smooth sort of articulates why, but yeah, totally. People tend to worry about doing things fast, not really about doing it right. Right, and especially in an emergency situation, you have to do it consistently. You have to make sure you get all the things so that you don't forget the things. Because there are, and there's so many times. That's why I'm like, I'm gonna get an inflatable bat, and I'm gonna write checklist on it. I'm gonna smack my students when they don't use the checklist, because I've said this how many freaking times, and they still don't take out the checklist, and they miss items on the checklist because they're oh my god. So yeah, and again, like I said, especially in emergency, because I've had students where it's like, I've decided in my mind that it's the primer that is the issue on the engine, and they don't check the primer. So they go through all the things except the primer, they don't look at the checklist, and they commit to a landing, and it's like, I would have given you your engine back if you would have checked the primer, and you would have checked the primer if you would have checked your checklist. So yeah, it is. It's interesting how that stuff happens. And I will say, I complain about it and stuff from an instructor point of view, but I also know, and I'll get to this, but there are things that I miss still because of things like that. So I do. I complain about it with my students, but I also know that part of the reason why I'm such a stickler with making them do their checklists is because I did not build that from the get-go for myself, and so now I can have an issue with it too. I'm sorry, I'm just whacking chicken. That sounded really bad. Anyway, sorry. Okay. Resetting. Yeah, so, well, okay, I'll go for it. There's been a couple times in the multi that one time. Yeah, one time where I forgot the boost pumps on takeoff. We didn't die, which my instructor said, but it's like, I know those things, the boost pumps and the landing gear. I don't fly many planes that have the pumps and the retractable gear, so those are things that I like specifically worry I'm going to forget. And then I forgot on one of them. I'll potentially get to that. We were trying to get out, and I was trying to be efficient for my instructor, but also I know I want to go through the checklist, but yeah, that sort of a thing. So there is a little bit of a I need to be a bit more, how do I put this? Better about being like, wait, let me do my checklist, sort of a thing. But yeah, so I need to get more efficient overall, and then it wouldn't be a problem as much, but also being able to be like, stop, wait, I need to do the things. And then yeah, there's another story with the gear on, not going down. I've always gotten the gear down so far, but I'll forget to bring the gear up at a reasonable time. So yeah, we'll get to that. I'm pretty sure it was within this month that happened. Yeah. So Yeah. There's you tell students and you tell yourself and you study and everything that like, oh, don't be pressured into like this, that, whatever. Don't get rushed along. Take the time that you need. And then, yeah, I'm an instructor. I'm a double I. I'm coming up on 1,400 hours now and stuff. And I still do get a little bit pressured into doing things a little bit out of what I would kind of like to do. Nothing like super whatever, but it is. It's a fact that how do I put it? It's gonna happen, so be prepared for it. And do as much as you can to like not let it be a thing. But anyway, sorry. In regards to last weekend, you were filming the Blue Angels. You walked away with a couple 100 gigabytes of video and photos. Oh my god. So like, I assume you're gonna post it. Post the link when you do. That sounds freaking amazing. How was it? Were there like details? We need details. We're like yeah, things, particular moments, particular shots. Go. So ready. That's so exciting. Okay. I'm ready. I'll let you type. While we get in the plane. Okay. So, doing the correct things. I am going to get off of this. We're gonna go full screen. We're gonna lock in. We're gonna do the proper things. So, I have in here, all right, checklist. I also figured out how to make scan documents with my iPad and make them a PDF. So that was cool instead of taking pictures of stuff and having them all separate. Yeah. So, core starting engine normal. I also took a picture of that. So we're gonna shoot. Okay. So the one thing is, so the plane that I'm flying, let me go like this. It's not great with power. How do I, like battery life, generator, whatever. So we don't end up really checking the, oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, I have to, whoa, I have to adjust this completely. There we go. That's not gonna be right. What? Okay, we'll go with that, I guess. Perfect. Okay. So we don't end up doing like checking all the lights and stuff, or like using all of the lights and things. So, let me find what we do. We do. Sorry. Bum, 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 bum. Shoot. Where did I put that checklist? There we go. No? This one. Perfect. Okay. So, weather and density, altitude, weight and balance, performance requirements, flight plan file, papers, arrow. The mags are off. So the mags are down here. Mags are off. So, okay. I'll do it correct over here. So mags here are down here. Control lock, we'll take those off. You know what? We're just gonna run around and take off all of this stuff. Can I unclick? Nope, I can't. Where's the iPad? There we go. Engine covers, intake covers, pitot covers, wheel chocks, passengers baggage, sure, question mark? There, okay. Took all those stuff off, all those things off, so we don't need to worry about it. So, magnetos, those are all off. Sorry. Mags are off, mixtures are, oops, full lean, good. Gear lever is neutral. This one has gear up, gear down. In the one that I fly, it's a hydraulic thing. So you pull it up to bring it up, and then once it brings it up, then the lever pops back into neutral and then repressurizes, I think. And then the same thing going down. I have to read about that again to make sure I'm fully understanding it. But it does. It has a neutral rather than an up and down because it's a hydraulic thing. Same thing with the flaps. It's push it down and then let it go. And then it goes full flaps and comes back to a neutral. Yeah. And they're both on the same hydraulic system, so you can't do both at once. So yeah, that was interesting. Also, I think this also happened this month. I found out the my instructor asked me when we were waiting around for something for the plane. He asked me about, okay, what are the tanks, the fuel tanks or whatever, and I was like, tanks? But then I was like, I had heard something recently-ish about fuel bladders. I didn't fully understand, so I was like, do you mean like bladders? And he's like, yes, they're neoprene nylon bladders or something like that. So they actually like shrink up in there and like squeeze all of the fuel out. So one, it answered a question that I had reading through the documentation, because it didn't have any unusable fuel listed. It like all the fuel was usable. So it does. There is no unusable fuel with the neoprene bladders. So that was cool. But then also, if there is a leak, it drains faster, apparently. So that's fun. Yeah, so there was that. Yeah, so systems, yay. Parking brake. I'm going to undo the parking brake now so that it doesn't bite me in the ass later, hopefully. Okay. So, gear. Lever is neutral. Master goes on. Our master is... I always forget. Is it over here? No. Is it over here? No. Is it down here? I'm going to assume it's down here. That's... Oh. Is that primer up? No. Just kidding. Ignore me. Master. There it is. Master goes on. 3 greens. Indicators are good. Our turn and bank is, I'm going to click it to make sure. There it is. Good. It's working. And then our annunciator lights are good over there. It says to drain the crossfeed. I still have to figure out where or how I'm supposed to drain the crossfeed, or if I'm not supposed to. Extend the flaps. So, okay. Is this the right button? Nope, that's not the right button. Oh, we got more down there. There we go. Extended the flaps. Pitot heat. Test all vanes, lights, interior, exterior fuel gauges are true. They're over here on this one. True. We'll fill her up. And again, like I said, we don't leave the battery on, the master switch on that long. Don't want to drain the battery. So yeah, good there. Go outside. And only the door on this side. So I basically, what do? I think I go this way. So I wander this way. Hang on. I do liquids first, actually. So I go around here. And I do, oops, check the caps. Usually it's topped off. Check the oil, at least 6. Go under here. And it's got a little door that you gotta open, and then you push the thing up, yeah. Drain the fuel from that one. Good there. Check underneath, make sure there's nothing in the cowling, check the tire, whatever. Yeah. Same thing over here, check the gear. Can I say is housing, is that the correct term? Go over here, check the oil there. Again, good, strain the thing under there. And then check the fuel over here. Come back around, put the thing back in the thing, the fuel tester tube in the pocket. Use proper words. Baggage door, I don't think we have one. Static port, come around here, we're doing our flow. Do a little bit of look-see there. Don't do much moving of the rudders, but take a look-see there. Same thing with the elevator, coming around here, another static port. Antennas, come back around here. come back around. Check the flap, check the aileron. Oh no. Come around here, wiggle wiggle. Leading edge, propellers, air intake. The one I fly has like the big freaking exhaust that I forgot to ask about, and then asked my the owner at home airport because we were talking about something else, and he's like, "Oh yeah, they got the big exhaust thing," and I was like, "Oh okay, I'm just not gonna touch that." Yeah. Come around here, check the nose and intake. Oh, I forgot pitot tube is under here somewhere, right there. This one has it here, so we'll check those there. Around here, check that, same thing. And then chicken can do the other side. Go all the way around. Great job, chicken. End up back here. Perfect. Double check fuel quantity and quality, caps, drains, and vents, engines, oil and belt, propellers, air intakes, exhaust systems, surfaces and controls, pitot and static ports, gears, tires, brakes, ELT armed, antennas, baggage doors, ties, shocks, tow bar, and final walk around. Excellent. We're good, I think. Guess we'll find out. Haha. Yeah. So then we would ties, shocks, tow bar, and hop in the plane. Did I freaking, what is this? Oh, that's the flaps. Oh my god, why are you not working now? I assume it's because the master switch is off. Let's just double check, shall we? Oh. Oh, that's fun. I bound it wrong, but okay. So one of my buttons is the flap button, and then one of the other buttons, this one, just the top one, brings the flaps up. The bottom part of it does. That's fun. Okay, anyway, sorry. Okay, you'll post whenever you can use your PC. Okay, you got 0.5 terabyte of backlog at this point. Okay, fair. It was frustrating but fun. You got some really good stuff, but also had stuff go wrong. Got sunburned, sat in cold rain, but definitely worth it. I bet. That's amazing that you got to do that and have the skills to, yeah, immortalize it. That's really exciting. I'm happy you got to go do that. So yes, looking forward to seeing it. No rush, I guess. Work on getting that PC back and yeah, working through the rest of that backlog too. That sounds fun. Okay, so we'll get in the air. Interior, flaps go up, so I guess we'll actually, flaps up, passenger load and brief, and this is where I have 2 separate checklists I can use and do use. So I'll just quick do this one and then I'll go to the next one. Passenger load and brief. So sterile cockpit, no talking near intake on landing, seatbelts on at all times. Exits out the door to the right. Exit out the door to the right. For now, make sure it's shut and locked. Lever goes up as it. Can I open? I can't open it. Oh, why give me the handle if I can't open it? That's unfortunate. Oh, also, so the door hits the freaking cowling over here. It annoys me so much. It makes me feel so bad for poor airplane. And there's a spot you can tell where it freaking hits. It makes me so sad. Oh well, anyway. Design. Okay, door. Door. Okay, good. Then we check our circuit breakers. Circuit breakers are over here. Down there. Good, 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 good. All right. Cool. Oxygen, no need. Brakes, pedal test. And there are only brakes on the left-hand side in the aircraft that I'm flying. So that's fun to be thinking about for potential future MEI. All right, switching to other checklist. All right, so seatbelts, fuel valves are on. So fuel valves are on, crossfeed is off, the primers are locked, circuit breakers are in. Brakes, test and hold, carb heats are down there. Does this one have carb heat? I feel like it doesn't. I'm gonna go with no, it doesn't. Because this is, yeah, cowl flaps. Yeah, carbies are off. Starting the engine, we record the hobs, master switch goes on. Master switch is down here in the plane that I fly. Alternators, check that those are both on. Left alternator, right alternator. Might as well stick all of the switches on as well. Check the alternators are on. Beacons check on. Anti-collision, that's our beacon. Fuel quantity check. They would have fueled it up for us. Whoa, that's unfortunate. Let's try that again. There we go. We're not going to do anything with the external. Good. Okay. Okay. Fuel quantity. So fuel quantity is over here somewhere. All the way up. Beautiful. 3 greens. Mixture's rich. All magnetos went on. Electrical fuel pumps on, check off. So how we do that is, where is our fuel pressure? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna watch that gauge in the corner of our eye while we put on our, can you see that gauge? Yes, you can. Okay, good. All right, that goes on. That goes on. We have flow. Good. Prime both if required. Don't do that. Propellers forward. In the plane that I fly, we have to pump throttle once, pump throttle twice, crack open, clear left, right, ahead, and back. Clear prop. Starter engage. Whee! And bring it back. RPM down. Good. All right, same thing. Go back up. Well, oil pressure check. Oil pressure check. Good. All right. Right throttle, same thing. 1, 2, crack. And then we I would have my hand on that throttle. Same thing, oil pressure's good. Bring it back to 1,000 about. Okay, mixture is lean to 4. Whoa, okay. Ours, guess not. Yes, the plane that I fly has like up to 6, I think. So yeah, that seems a little bit much. So I'm gonna go like that for now. Avionics go on. Good. We're gonna put our nav lights on too. Might as well put our taxi since we're gonna be thinking about it. AWAS ATIS check. So it's not what I wanted. Weather, that one. That button right next to it. No METAR available. What have I done? 12 at 120 degrees at 7 knots, 10 statute miles. Few clouds at 1800, overcast at 3000. 22 degrees Celsius, 18 for our dew point. Altimeter 29er, 79er. Stop it. Does that jive? Oh, right pattern for 2-0. That's good to know. 472 feet. 472. Yeah, good. Marks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure is 1008.4 millibars. Temperature is 21.7 degrees Celsius. 17.8 degrees for our dew point. Good. So we technically would take off runway 20. So we'll go ahead and, yeah, turn right and then cross the runway to depart. Cool. All right, aviation database. It is up to date. Yay. Half left, half up out of view. Where is it? I assume it's supposed to be that one, but it's not half left, half up out of view. So I guess we'll find out. Here's a flag, so we'll see. We'll see, we'll see. Okay. Did our weather, ATIS, AWAS, back to our checklist. Altimeter heading indicator set. So, course bug, heading bug. So this one doesn't need to be set for us. Oops. Ah, okay. Nah, I know how things work. Not really. Okay. All right, next. So we're gonna head down to the... Actually, no. We're gonna get our stuff in here first. Flight plan. We're taking off from... Oh, God, I forgot how much I... Good. Small 2K hot. Good. Do we just go ahead and... Yeah, you know what? Let's do that so we don't have to worry about it. Marky. Shoot. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it there and I'll load it once we're in the air. Okay, good. All right. All right, taxiing question mark. Can I set this on the ground here? Heading, select, nav mode, approach mode. Nah, we'll screw with it in the air. All right, off the brakes just a smidgen. We're gonna taxi down. Oh, shoot. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Start flight tracking. Yay, it works. So we will. Oh, awesome, because yeah, according to ForeFlight, the taxiway going the opposite direction is closed. So cool. So we'll... This is gonna bug me. I'm gonna go like this a little bit. There. All right. Okay. Ouch. I do. I'm not as used to the left seat as I used to be. Even when it comes to like just... I did fly from the right seat recently in for my MEI stuff, and it was a lot better than it was when I was flying from the left seat. Muscular wise, like my left shoulder needed to Yeah. Needs to put in a little bit more work, I guess. Going this way, and we're going, oop. Oh, use the rudders. Use the rudders and the differential thrust, kind of. So yeah, my left side is physically not as used to. Why are you doing this? There. Physically not as used to the, what's it called? I feel awkward in this. Why? Go over a little bit. There. Okay. And it's like, it's not like I haven't been working out. I've been trying to get in shape if I have to go to freaking, yeah, pilot training for guard, or I've actually also added potentially the reserves is also an option, I guess. We'll see what happens. I hope I'm going the right way. My thing isn't telling me. Oops. Typical grass taxi. Yay, run up area. It does appear we are going the correct direction. Ah. Watching our wing, it's a lot further out there than with the Cessnas. Single engines. Whip it. I do. It's been interesting being back. Like, okay, I need to reset this. This is not. Bringing it back. No. There. Okay. I don't know why it does that. Okay. Yeah, get it. Being in an aircraft and in situations that I'm not as comfortable in, because like the Cessnas, I am. I've gotten so used to and comfortable in that stuff that I worry a lot less than I used to, within reason. I'm a lot more, how does one say? What word am I thinking of? Reasonably not like concerned about things, if that makes sense. So yes, rather than just being general panicky self. All right, documents, run up, controls are free and correct. Free and correct, free and correct, wiggle, wiggle, maybe, okay. Brakes are held, instruments, and the GPS is set, so we're good there, that's all good. Bring this, that's where it needs to be. Mixture's rich, props forward, left throttle, 1500. Still don't understand why the manifold pressure goes up like that, but okay. 1500. Left. Watch that drop and back. That's not the correct button. Left. Watch that drop and back. Left, right. Good drop and back. Left prop, cycle twice. We're not gonna go all the way to feather. Bring it back. Oh, frick. Do not have... Okay. Came down, manifold pressure. Should have gone down, and oil pressure... No. Oh, manifold pressure should have gone up, oil pressure should have gone down. Okay, got that. So we cycle twice. Again, RPM down, manifold pressure up, oil pressure down. Reduce throttle, and we'll do an idle check. Good. Coming back. Same thing. Throttle 15. Right throttle 15. Right. Oop. Got that in our right left. Good drop, back. Right, right. Good drop, back. Oh, carb heat as well I was supposed to check, so I would... Did that. Right propeller cycle twice. Okay, so we'll do the cycle. RPM down, manifold pressure go up, oil pressure goes down, come back up. Happens a lot faster, but I don't want to freaking accidentally feather the dang thing. Sorry. Did that. Right carb heat check. We don't have carb heat in this one. Bring it back. Good. Come back up. All right, pre-takeoff. Fuel valves are on. They're there. That's going good. That's going good. Crossfeed is off. Primers are locked. Mixture rich. Props forward. Fuel pumps on. So we're gonna put them low. Doors, windows, seatbelts. Good. Good chicken. Landing light. On, I guess. I don't know how that works. All right, so if we lose power on the rollout, we will close throttle, stop on the runway. If we lose power after takeoff, and with our gear down, we will close throttles, land straight ahead. If we lose power or an engine after, well, if we lose an engine, I guess, if we lose power, we're going wherever. If we lose an engine after takeoff with our gear up, we will do our ball bank, blue line, mixtures, props, throttle, do that whole thing, and come back around for a landing. Yep. Okay. All right, so I'll get back to chat once we get in the air. Clear left, clear right. We're taking off 20. Where are we? McCurtain traffic. Cessna, not Cessna. What are we? Yeah, we are. Twin Cessna. Twin Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, departing 20, right downwind departure, crossing the field to the northeast. McCurtain. All right, going. So we're thinking through. We're gonna get to red line first before we actually rotate. Oops, and then positive rate gear up. All right, 20 is correct. Looks like we have a little bit of a crosswind. These cords are frickin' killing me. Oh, frick. Set your brakes. My God. Differential thrust. All right, runway 20. We're gonna have some crosswind correction. We're not taking off until above red line. All right, airspeed's alive. Engine instruments are green. Crosswind correction. Maintaining the runway until red line. All right, and up. Positive rate. Gear up. Oh God, wrong button. Frick. This one. Maintain at least blue line. And then we can bring the throttles, props back a little bit so we're not so noisy. Climbing. We're turning a little bit, so we're gonna turn back a little bit. We're gonna do a right turn. All right, gear is up. Right, and then we'll do crosswind departure, or downwind departure, sorry. that the runway? I think so. All right, perfect. So McCurtain traffic. Whoopsie. Twin Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1. Crossing the field. Oh, yucky. Departing to the northeast. Last call, McCurtain. Ooh, let's get our freaking autopilot on. Oops, we're going that way. So that it can take care of all our stuff. Autopilot. Vertical speed. Nav. Altitude. We want... Oh. Oh God. I think we can climb faster. I think we're set. Oh! Whee! I probably could have set that, should have set that on the ground. Okay. Alright, cool! So we would have been on an IFR flight plan. Let me bring this back a little bit. Vertical speed is still holding good. We'll bring it back to our greens. And it looks like we're good nav-wise, and it looks like we're good altitude-wise. Yay! I did a thing! Alright, oh gosh, F9. Perfect. Okay, sorry, coming back. Pretty sure it's a power issue. You asked for an electrician, but it's been 2 weeks and still haven't heard anything! But every time you take your PC somewhere that it's not there, it works fine. Weird. Okay, I hope that you can get that figured out. You've been, how long have you been trying to get that figured out at this point? And that biplane was breaking it down hard. Exactly. I'm so curious, like, why it actually does that. You feel like this plane needs to be cleaned, seen unsecured drinks on the floor. Oh gosh. Oop. I'm sure there's a way that I can do that, but I haven't learned how. Okay. Procedures. We had, oh shoot, we had that all set, and then I was like, screw it. Okay, enter, ILS, marquee, and load it only. Load it only. Load it only. Still going to K-hot. Perfect. Okay, that's what we want. That's what we want. Okay. Good there, good there. Also, I mean, I'm gonna bring us... I don't want to be climbing quite that fast. I would like a little bit more speed. Does heading nav approach reverse alt? So this one doesn't have like a, there we go. I want that nose down a little bit further. This one doesn't have the arm, oh, barometric pressure. What was it again? 10-0 something. We looked at this one, so 10. It was like 10:08 something. There. Question mark? Okay, whatever. We'll keep monitoring, make sure it doesn't do anything silly, like last time. So the thing, I looked back at what oh. Oh, it's so beautiful. Whee! I looked back at what happened so last stream, I had the autopilot on and everything, and it was going fine, and I was babbling, and then all of a sudden I look back up, and the thing is in a dive, complete dive, and I don't know what happened. The only thing I could see or find was I could see that the autopilot was trying to hold altitude. I was descending, but I guess I could also, well, we're not technically at cruise yet. No, I'll go ahead. So we'll bring mixtures back a little bit. There we go, we'll go there. Fuel pumps, we'll turn one off first. This is, oh, you know what? I could go like this, and that would be a lot easier for me to, we'll check our fuel flow. Good. Good. All right, we're coming up to our altitude. There it is, we've reached it. Okay. 7,500 feet. So as it starts nosing, just kidding, 1,000 feet from it. I was gonna say, I was like, usually it gives an alert earlier than that. So 1,000 feet from it, we got our alert. We're still on track. Okay. Good there, good there. Cool. Lights. Taxi light is off for some reason. I probably pressed a button I wasn't supposed to. Strobe lights are off again. I probably pressed a button I wasn't supposed to. Beacons on, navs on, strobes on. Okay, beautiful. Oh no, sorry, the strobes were off. I didn't put my strobes on before. So many of the planes that I fly, the strobes are in off, so I just forget to do them. Whee! Look at those puppies. I love the puppies. They're so cute. Beautiful. Okay. So, sorry. According to your post regarding the issue, it's been 11 months. You've been trying to be patient, but see, that just makes you angry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to have brought it up. That's nuts that you still can't find what the actual issue is. So I do. I hope you can get it figured out soon. And that it doesn't become an issue again and you don't have any issues for a while. That would be nice. That's the hope and the dream, right? I think, okay, so 25s. We're coming up on 7,500. Once we start nosing down, we'll bring the powers back out. Plane that I fly is 2,200, 2,200. We'll quick do the cruise checklist. We did the pumps off, engine instruments we were monitoring, airspeed was good, power was good, pumps were off. We leaned it out, monitor the engine instruments. We'll double check those again. Yeah. Green, good. Okay. All right. All right, we're leveling out. Our speed is coming up. So I'm gonna bring it 22 and 22. Oops. goodish? Okay, so that shows different. Okay. All right. Set, I think. I hope. All right, cool. Next. All right. Blast through this, hopefully. Well, okay. So, had a day at home airport with instrument student couldn't for whatever reason, I can't remember. Yeah. Oh, he couldn't that week. So, pre-solo private student currently. We went early. We practiced emergency procedures earlier in the day than we usually do. Emergency procedures, including engine fire on start awareness. We did boarded the takeoff, talked about CO poisoning awareness, engine fire procedures, including the descent, question mark? Yeah. As well as hypoxia awareness, and then the emergency descent. And simulated an engine failure. We did a power off 180, and then did steep turns, turns around a point, and pattern work. Okay. So did that, and then, so this was a little bit of a time coming. So one of the owner's nephews at home airport, he's been trying to get, he's a younger kid, he's been trying to get his private for like 2 years. He lives nearby the airport. As far as I've been told, hasn't put the work in that he should have been. And now he is in college trying to do an aviation program. So he missed the cutoff for the first semester / year. So now he's working, trying to get it done for the next year, I guess. He's been working with the other CFI over at home airport. And so that CFI is a little newer. This and another student are his first 2 students. And why? See, this, okay, I'm just gonna keep it down in the green there. I'm looking at my engine instruments here. In the cockpit, 22 is fine, but on here it's showing it was way in the red. So we'll use that, I guess. Monitoring, 7,500, trim, vertical speed's good, on course, excellent. So, yeah, so you wanted me to do a mock check ride. I haven't done a mock check ride in a while, but we'll see. So it was, I've gotten an earful, what's the word? Reasonably from one of the owners about this nephew, because he's actually tried to go take a check ride a couple times. The first time, he brought the wrong medical certificate. Second time, he didn't know how to use an E6B. He did everything for flight, and the examiner said, well, you can go with your instructor and try to learn that stuff and be ready for me to ask you questions and do that stuff, or we should probably discontinue or not even start. So they elected to, not do that. So now they're trying to get in with another examiner, who apparently those 2 examiners ended up talking, and so he's gonna have to use the E6B. So it's like, yeah. So I ended up sending the video that I used to do the navigation, 45 minutes or something, just followed along and everything, and the other so I sent that to the owner so that the owner could send it to the nephew. And the other CFI has tried to work with him and stuff too, and we've talked about stuff, and he's in college right now, so he like can't or doesn't come back and fly and do ground as much as he should be and all this. So I did. I expected to have my work cut out for me and to probably have to be a little bit of a hard ass, but I also didn't want to be going into it with expectations, right? So I did. I told the other CFI, have him treat it like an actual check ride, make sure he has all of his stuff together that he's going to need to practice that. We're going to treat it like a check ride. And so he comes and we start going through stuff, and there's some good stuff, some that might need some work, and I did end up doing a little teachiness, more than I like probably should have, like as a mock check ride, but I was also like, I wanted to demonstrate to him that he did need to take certain things seriously. He didn't have the logbooks. Good thing we were at the airport that has the logbooks, so he had to go and get them. And he hadn't used the actual POH for the plane. And like he did, there were a couple things that he said where it was like, the first one was something about like the numbers. He didn't know where he got the numbers from. And I was like, well, that's not something you want, like your DP wants to hear. And so afterward we ended up talking about it, and he said that he went into it not thinking to treat it like an actual check ride. And I was like, I told your CFI, and then the CFI and I also talked, and that CFI said, yeah, he did tell him to treat it like an actual check ride. It's like, okay. So, that was, and then there was like, he hadn't used the POH, so I had him like do the calculations and stuff. So that was my moment to like, okay, let him sit and sweat for a little bit. So I went out and chatted with the owner and everything, gave it some time, came back in, went over some stuff. There was still stuff that needed to be worked on, but it was like time was kind of coming, so I just kind of left it-ish. So I can't remember all. Airspace was another big one that like we ended up going over, and then we went and we're gonna get in the plane. Asked about personal minimums. He showed me a sheet. It didn't have crosswind stuff on it. I'm not sure I ended up bringing that up. And this is the thing. If there are so many things that I should bring up as an instructor or fake DPE, it's really hard to get all of the things that I feel like I should bring up. So I do feel like there were things that I should have brought up that I didn't. But 'twas what 'twas. So we get in the plane, and it was like the METAR was fine-ish, but then it had like the extra bit of like peak wind and stuff. So it was like, that was probably a little bit meh. And that's it. Like the oral took a lot longer than it needed to. And then we're gonna get in the plane, and we get in the plane, we start it up, and he doesn't have his nav log. And so I can't remember if he asked me if he should go get it, or like, oh, well, he's got his flight and everything. And so I was just like, okay, mock check ride, what's the right thing to do? That's what I asked him. So he shut down and he went in and got it. So another thing that he didn't have with him. So like, I mentioned, I don't know whether that would have been a bust for an examiner if you got going at least, and you went on your cross country without your nav log. I'm assuming that would have been a bust. And then I let him use the GPS because the examiner that I was used to, he lets you do it as you would normally. So yes, use the tools available to you while still utilizing your paper nav log. And even so, he was getting, I don't know if he was getting off his heading, but he was definitely getting off course. And I was trying to just let things happen. And like you could see it on the GPS. So even though he would see it on the GPS, he wasn't doing anything to correct it. He did bring up, like with the standards, like if you get off of heading by plus minus, it was 15 degrees, whether that would be a bust. But it's like, okay, so We did. We ended up talking about that at a later point, but I understand what he meant there, but it's like the heading doesn't matter if you're getting so far off course. So we ended up talking about a lot of stuff with that. I wasn't pleased with it. And then like we get to a point and I'm like, okay, like I have to get the stuff in. So diversion, we're gonna go, oh, I have to go to the bathroom. We need to land somewhere. So he picks somewhere, starts going to it. I usually don't make them actually do the landing, but I kind of wanted to see where it was gonna go, because it was like he was way high and everything and coming in, trying to get all that stuff together. He ended up landing it okay, taking back off again, getting up to altitude, and turning back toward a different airport to actually do the takeoffs and landings after we do all the other stuff. Climbed back up, and did we did our steep turns, and the left one was okay, and the right one was at about 30 degrees. So I was like, I let it happen because I was like, I'm not supposed to be teaching here, but I asked him afterwards, I was like, okay, what are the standards? And he gave me it, and we came to it where it was like, okay, it was at 45 degrees. And he thought that that line was 45 degrees. So I was like, no. So that was, again, and this is the thing, he hadn't flown in a while, for one, so it's like, okay, I'm trying to like balance, yeah, he's probably rusty with, he should know this stuff, keeping, not saying the bad words, he should know this stuff. So we talked about that, regardless of whether he knew it or not, that would have been a bust. Okay, so did that, did stall, his slow flight was ish, he was fighting it a lot and getting up and down and whatever, but I'm trying to remember if it was in standards, I can't remember, but it took longer than it needed to because he wasn't consistent. And then we did stalls and recovery, and he did the power off stall, and again at this point it was like getting long, so I was still trying to be like mock checker and let stuff happen, but at the same time I actually wanted to see how he could actually do stuff. But one of the big things we talked about afterward is he needs to know how to do this stuff himself and know what's expected, because he's not going to have an instructor or anybody else with him at the check ride. So for the power off stall, he gets into it and has his power in as he's pulling back. I was like, what kind of stall are we doing? And so he pulls power back, does it, it's fine. Power on stall, I'm not sure if it fully broke, but it was like, okay, he recovered it fine. So yeah, then we did simulated instrument, that was okay, I think. Unusual attitudes recovered okay, I think. He might have gotten them a little bit mixed up, but it was, I think, passable. Emergency procedures, we talked about carburetor icing and watching the gauge, engine fire and emergency descent. Honestly, I can't remember how that went. I think it was okay. Maybe. I don't know. And then into a simulated engine failure. I think we ended up having to talk about that one. We were gonna go into turns around a point, and I had him recover from the simulated engine failure, or I tried to, at pattern altitude, so to get right into that. And he started climbing, and then I asked, like, we were gonna go into turns around a point, so I tried to get him to, okay, get to your altitude for turns around a point, and at one point he starts descending below pattern altitude and still descending and continuing, and I was trying to see where it went again without like, yeah, like see how far he gets into it until I have to actually say something. So I ended up having to actually say something and be like, okay, get to this altitude. There was a misunderstanding, I guess, with he was looking at the obstacles on the sectional, and mixing up what they meant, which is what we talked about afterwards. And so like we looked at the sectional at a later point, and he did understand that. So it was like a frustration during the check ride. But it's like he was doing something very unsafe, very descending below, and I didn't let him get illegal. But it was in the air. He didn't know what he was supposed to be doing, where he was supposed to be. So I basically had to tell him, like, okay, go to this altitude and do your turnaround point. And there was the turnaround point should be one of the easiest ones, it seems like, but it did. It was just like he picked a point, I let him have it, and I didn't know exactly when he actually started, and he was still trying to get back to altitude when it seemed like he started, so I was like, okay, did he not actually start? And it was just kind of a show. So okay, that's another thing he's gonna have to work on, and we talked about it afterward. Then got back to, went to other airport, and I meant to talk to him about this afterwards, and I don't think I ended up doing it. He got way too close. There was a wind. He got way too close to the downwind leg going the opposite direction, and then having to try to like turn, get into the downwind, whatever. And I left it just because for that point, we needed to kind of keep going. So he came in, pattern was okay. It was kind of it was a sucky wind day, but I tried so hard not to take controls, and I didn't, but it was close a couple times. He should have gone around a couple times, but like it was whatever. So definitely short field wasn't within standards. Saw field, probably not within standards. Which on one hand, like, on one hand I felt bad. On one hand I felt bad about it, because it's like that kind of sucks, and I made him go to an airport. But if we would have tried it at our airport, it wasn't the same thing. So it led to a conversation of, okay, if he's not comfortable with that for, well, any day, shouldn't go, especially for a check ride. Have lower, higher minimums, more conservative minimums for a check ride day for performance purposes, as well as you just did a big oral section, and you've been flying for whatever, the stress is high, like you can always say, like, discontinue for that stuff. So it was, yeah. Then we came back to home airport, and I had him do a go around, slip to the landing, ended up slipping too low. There was like a little bit of a miscommunication. So it needed to, there were things that I would have expected from him as if he was one of my students to kind of know, which he potentially didn't. And so there was part of it I may put on me, the rest of it absolutely not. So yeah, forward slip to landing, stereo cockpit, and ADM, and we had a long conversation afterward about all the different things, as well as he needs to really take the ACS seriously, look at it, read it, know it, go through it for all of the oral stuff, any of that stuff you could get, so you need to know it, know the references, know the source material, know the standards. And we talked about standards. It's like, I wouldn't have passed you as an examiner. I don't know what examiners would do. Like, some examiners will give you a little bit of leeway to a point, but if you're consistently out of standards and not recognizing it, that's not gonna go well. And yeah, that would have been a bust from my point of view. And so he did. He was noticeably frustrated, and I heard afterwards that, yeah, he went home frustrated and everything, and he definitely didn't feel ready anymore. And I hope that it, like, there were some things. Oh, the other thing, he didn't bring his foggles. So, like, I asked him for his foggles, and he's like, he didn't know he'd have to bring that. So like there is some accounting for instructor, but if you're at the check right, and I am trying to balance like looking back at like my own private training. Like you don't really know what to expect as you're coming into it, but I believe it's in the ACS, as well as like to bring your foggles. And if it's not, they might have changed it. You at least know that you are doing simulated instrument stuff, because that's definitely in the ACS. So knowing all that stuff, and like he can do other research outside of it. So I do it for myself. I did a lot of like my own research, while also like I had help from my instructors, but I did a lot of research myself. So I kind of expect that from my students as well, because if you're becoming a pilot, you need to have that independence and be able to do that and all that. So I did. My whole thing was I hope I like set a fire under his ass without like burning it. So it remained to be seen. Anywho, sorry, coming back. Okay, you're fairly certain it is the power because you discovered that the stove will short the living room. Oh no! Okay, fingers crossed then. That seems like you're closer. In an industry where the rules are written in blood, it's weird to you how some people approach it so nonchalantly. And right, and that's the thing is, oh god, hang on. What am I doing? Getting back here? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Okay, where are we going? Are we above? Oh god. Are we above K-Hot? Why are we turning? I didn't lose an engine. What is it doing? What does it want me to do? Why? Sure. To be honest, I don't know where we are. We got 5 minutes before we get onto the approach. Okay. Okay. I'll get the approach up, I guess. And I'll try to do it correctly. Oh shoot, we gotta descend, hang on. Frick, hang on. I think we did, I think we reached chaos. What am I doing here? Going here. Descend. Oh, actually, VNav. Oh, no, that's, oops, shoot, nav. Oh, I don't have VNav on this one, okay. What altitude do we want to get to? We need to get to, oh god. That's gonna be a crazy turn, gosh darn it. 2,300. Sorry, hang on. That's gonna be interesting. I should just switch it. Hang on. Message. procedure. Posse? Yeah. There we go. See how well that works. So it's gonna take us outbound, fly us. I don't know. I don't actually know how it's gonna do the procedure turn, so we'll see what happens. I just need to remember to course bug. I'm gonna bug the ILS 053. See how well that works. What are you doing? Okay, rock. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens. Wabas. We are direct Hossie. I just can't figure out where we actually are. Again, this is stuff that I do in the sim that I wouldn't in real life. Okay, rock. That doesn't even exist in ForeFlight. Okay, RQK? That doesn't exist either. No idea. Wabas. Where is that? Oh. Oh. Oh, shoot. Oh, well that's... Well, you know what? I guess... Oh, God. So Wabas is part of the approach. It's the intermediate fix. So we went that way, going to, you know what? Frick. Hang on. We're gonna try. Oh my God, hang on. Ooh, how do I fix this? Vectors to final. Okay, let's try this. I feel like it... I wish I could zoom... I probably can zoom out on this, but I don't want to mess it up. Okay. I think... Oh, God, I think we're going to be okay going like this. We'll see what happens. Oh, God. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so that's like the big thing is that he's in an aviation family. He lives near the airport. He has access to it, and that's what one of the owners like talked to me about. Is like he didn't. One of the examples he gave is like it was a beautiful day to go fly. Oh, but he had a tea time, so he was gonna go golf instead of like go fly when he was supposed to, and was trying to get into the program and all the things. So yeah, it was. I did. I heard a lot of that, and I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt, but it did. There definitely needed to be more initiative there. Yeah, and I'll continue after. But hello. How's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're well. The story is painful. Yes, and again, it can be difficult because like looking at it, like telling the story is different from. Okay, coming down to our 2,300, and then I can activate the approach whenever, right? I hope. Glides, no. Okay, hang on, nav. Oh, for F's sake. Why are you still in roll? Am I reading this wrong? Oh! That's why. ILS is different from an RNAV. Oh, for F's sake, though. No. Ugh. I am gonna go insane. Okay. There, we're back on. I'm just gonna see what happens. Sure. Okay. Sorry. So yeah, so I did. I heard all the stories, and it's a little bit different. I keep wanting to give like the benefit of the doubt to some degree, but there were just like so many things, and I talked about it with the instructor afterwards. So he needed to study. I'm gonna leave that for now. He needed to study. He needed to go over the ACS. He needed to know the standards and everything, and freaking fly. We're coming up on Marquee. Oh God, why don't I see anything from there? Hang on. Well, I hope it takes it to where it needs to go. It is activated, so I guess we'll see. It doesn't have a line coming from it. Did I just completely mess up? Why does it only go that far? Maximum effort. Okay. Sorry. Where's it gonna take us next? Then what? What are you gonna do next? You gonna go to Wavas or what? It says it's going to Wavas. Wavas is... We need to be activated by Hossie. Sorry. If he's giving you any trouble getting going early in the lesson, tell him, hurry up, I got instruction to do. As much as I would want to, I'm not sure what to say about that one. But yes, yeah, I don't. There were, like I said, there were good things, and then there were not good things, and I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to some degree. I'm gonna bring this back a little bit. I'm gonna bring that forward a little bit. Again, it's nice to be able to, Sorry, I'm playing around. I think it's working. I don't know. Okay, so I see a lot of green backing up. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought I saw like a descent, but. It does. Okay, there we go. It looks like we might be on. We'll see what happens. It's always what you want to hear. Yeah, so it is. It's hard to want to give the benefit of the doubt, but then, yeah, I don't know. Hearing it from an outside perspective versus inside perspective, I don't know. Trying to maintain neutrality while also taking into account the stuff that I've been told, because it did. Ended up talking to. Why isn't this on? Okay, I guess we'll find out. Ended up talking to. Well, yeah, I ended up talking to the owner afterwards. He called me the next day. Was like, so how'd it go? And we chatted. And it was. The biggest thing is he needs to study. He needs to like take more accountability, initiative, whatever. He had his little like cheat sheet or whatever, but there were no sources on him. So I told him that like, okay, sure, know what the stuff is, know where it comes from, have your little binder thing and everything, know the ACS, fly frickin' more. And then, yeah, the question that the owner asked me too was like, okay, so would you have passed him? And I was like, no. Based on standards. So it's like looking at that stuff, there was all this stuff where he didn't have the logbooks, didn't use the POH, didn't bring his nav log and started up the plane, didn't bring his foggles. Maybe that's an instructor thing, but like, again, it is. Want to give the benefit of the doubt, but with all of that consistent stuff, it didn't paint a good picture. What are we coming up on? Okay, we're coming up on Wavas. Cool, so that's our intermediate fix. So we're 12.5 miles on the DME. Once we get to Hasi, we should start going down. So I think, yes, I think here I need to be getting my gear down. So we're holding altitude, we're bringing our power back. Oh, actually, bringing it back. We want to be within 158, I think it was for this one. Yeah, 158. I'm pretty sure. I kind of saw it, maybe. Gears coming down. That's not the right one. I don't know what button I'm pressing. Gears coming down. We're gonna power up a smidgen so that we stay within the white arc. Or so that we stay close to the top of the white arc. Or not, you know what? Why? Why do that? We can come in slower. Maybe. Wavas, we're on our way to Hasi. I just don't want to get too slow. I'm gonna bring it back. Bring it back to 20. 110, 120. That seems a little slow. We'll keep it there. 125. Let's go with that. We'd make our call. Yeah. Sorry. I'm trying to do proper. I'm trying to do proper things. Well, it shouldn't be that there either, though. So yeah, okay. Bringing it back to the 22, I guess. See what happens. Yeah. So yeah, talk to the owner about it, and he did. Apparently, he went home frustrated. He didn't feel ready and everything. And I was like, okay, that's good. Hopefully, that taught him some stuff. Talked to the his instructor about it too. And again, the instructor wants He did. He's new, he wanted feedback and everything. And it was the same stuff we talked about. He had said that he needed to do the ACS. He said that he needed to like fly more, all this stuff. He had told him, treat it like a check ride, but apparently the kid heard differently. So I definitely get that. And we're coming to Hossi, so we should start intercepting the glide slope, at which point, once we start descending, we can probably put in some flaps. So half dot below the glide slope. Do we have a glide slope on this thing? No, question mark? So then what? Okay, so there's a localizer outer marker. We are descending. Things are coming down, so first notch of flaps. Power's gonna come back. So this aircraft is probably would be like a 120 approach speed. .732 is our glide slope is intercepted, I guess. And our 732 is our DA. So we're gonna be looking for 500 above, which is 1200, so 500 more feet for that. I kinda wanna bring this back just a smidgen. Power back, you know what? Bring it back. 120, let's make it 120. I probably should get my, yeah, hang on. There we go. 139, yeah, okay, so 158 for our gear. Oh, shoot, I messed that up. Okay. Oopsie. So 158 for our first notch of flaps is what we were supposed to do. And then 140, we could put our gear down in our second notch of flaps. So I guess that was okay that we, oh, good Lord. I kept us a little bit slower. 500 to go. Oh. Good. Oy, oy, oy. 100 to go. And oh, I think final approach fix, I'm supposed to undo the autopilot, so I'll just kind of fly it. Is that how that, this button? There we go. All right, still follow the glide slope, except I don't have one in this plane, question mark? What glide slope am I using? 732 minimums, landing. Okay, so now I'm gonna maintain blue, a little under blue. Going to the 1,000-footers. Trying to do proper stuff. Then I'll, oh God, my rudders. Three greens probably. Yep, 3 greens. Ugh. That was not awful. Yay. So for this one, I think we, what's our fuel looking like over there? Yeah, we're good. Okay. So I think we, cross whatever runway. Ah! Hang on, coming back. I think we decided to go this way. 'Cause like all that stuff over there was, closed. So we'll go this way and just take off from this runway. Clear the runway. Woo! Is there a lake right there? Well, that's pretty. Looks unnatural. Maybe not. Okay. Yeah, my tracking thing didn't work for this again, so all right. I should stop and clean up. Bad pilot. Chicken! I'm gonna win! Just kidding, he's gonna go right through me. Okay. Alright. So we're gonna clean up, get ready to take off again, because we have the power. I can use my rudders like a normal freaking person. It'll help. It'll help. What are you doing over there, fuel truck? All right, so bring this back up to 1,000. Okay, documents. Okay, flaps up. Right? Okay, gear's good. Mixtures. Didn't put my props forward. God damn it. This is why we do checklists, kids. Radio calls, lights as required. We kept all of them on. I'm just gonna keep my mixtures full. Fuel pumps were supposed to go on. See, this is what happens when we're hyper focused on one thing and don't do all the other stuff that we're supposed to be doing. 3 greens. That was not good. I wanted to glance down, but like it felt like if I like moved too much, I was gonna like lose control of the aircraft, and that was exactly what you want to hear from the PIs. That wasn't good. I promise I don't do this stuff in an actual plane. So bad. What am I doing? I'm getting that off the screen. I'm gonna try and blast through the rest of that's not what I needed. Web. See what that's gonna be. Okay. Yeah. CDI, yeah. Anyway, okay. We'll get, I'll keep talking about the next thing, I guess, while I'm getting the other stuff worked out. So yeah, so that went a lot later than I had wanted it to, and had anticipated it would go. And I don't know, I think nope, that's okay. There. Oh, so at some point I realized I needed more. I'm gonna put the parking brake on just so that I don't do something even sillier. I had realized at some point that I needed more night hour. I've been starting to get to trying to start putting out apps for different things. Lower time job things, as well as potentially getting to my ATP things. Because I'm getting close to minimums, and I'm like, I just need to like start getting them out. So some of the places need 100 night, and I had like 78 night when I realized this, and I was like, okay, it's just gonna keep getting like staying lighter earlier, so I kind of need to crank it out. So I started thinking about doing that. I was gonna try and do it as quickly as possible. So keeping that in mind, that became the goal of the next couple weeks, apart from all the other stuff I was doing. So had a day at, and so I had to do it, I planned to do it over at work airport. So whenever I was over at work airport, I planned to try to get a flight in at the end of the day as well. So also my private student at work airport was starting to look at and finally bought a 150, which is now at a different airport. And so that was going to be a thing. She was going to try and get it up to work airport. So But, so like if I was gonna instruct out of that, I would need to see all of the logbooks and all of that stuff and whatever. So we had planned to continue flying the 150 that we had. Yeah, whatever ended up working out. Put that on the schedule, didn't end up working out. But, so yeah, we were supposed to have a lesson that day, but I think it was windy or something, I assume. So we didn't end up going up for that. Talked about documents and stuff, I assume. And yeah, other things. Documents, publications, all those sorts of things. Was able to get up with consistent instrument student. Oh yeah, because inconsistent instrument student canceled again. So got up with instrument student, and we did ATC clearances and procedures, did an ILS to a missed approach and hold. We were trying to I wanted to land from the straight in. So we did that first, did the missed approach and hold. Wind wasn't favoring it, so we did that twice. It was a little, and then we did the VOR approach going the opposite direction, and we did do that one straight in. And then my intent was to differentiate between the DA, MDA. Not sure how well I did that, but we did that later on as well. Then we did the 172 that we fly is LPV, so did an RNAV back into work airport, and yeah, talked about weather awareness and flight planning apparently. Excellent, amazing. So then, sorry, I knocked my mic. It's like this was just a taste of the hell week I was coming up to, but it was windy that day, but it worked out for instrument student. But then it got to, I needed to get my night currency done as well. So I was like between, was I actually gonna go or was I not gonna go? And I was like, okay, I've gotten more confident, more whatever. I've flown in worse conditions and stuff like that. There were some things that I saw that made me think twice, but also I was like, you know what? If I go up, I can always come back down and not take off again. And I also wanted to get cross-country time because I need cross-country time. So the plan is I need to get my 3 takeoffs and landings and then go. Oh, that's what happened. So yeah, I had to wait for nighttime for that. So I ended up having a phone call with the instructor of that student with that mock chuck ride student, and that's when we hashed over a bunch of stuff, and he told me that he had told him all this stuff, and they were gonna go over it and all that, and again, and they were gonna work on it, and whatever. And then I did, owner as well, like, had asked, would I be available and willing to do ground with the kid as well if he wanted to, and I was like, yeah, absolutely. So that's where it was, and I didn't get started for my flight as quickly as I had wanted to. I wanted to get my entire pre-flight done so that I could be like taking off at an hour after dark. Sorry, an hour after sunset. So I could get my takeoffs and landings. Or maybe I was gonna take off first and finish off with those. I can't remember. But I did. I got started a little bit later than I wanted to. Was still a little bit windy, but it was like, it was at the time where it was an hour after sunset, so I was like, I'm gonna do my takeoffs and landings first to get those out of the way so that I'm not tuckered out from the cross country and back. And ATP cross country, so I don't have to land 50 miles away, I get to just go. That's been nice. So yeah, yeah, it was, yeah, it was not conditions I would have wanted it to be, but it was character building, like I tell my students. So I did, it felt windy, but I was doing my run up, it was okay, I can always board, I can always come around, I can land, I can always not take off again. And I did, I was like on the stuff, did my takeoffs, did my landings, they were a little bumpy, but handled it. Took off, did my cross country. Oh, so I did 2 of them. Took off, did my cross country, came back, landed again. Okay. Excellent, amazing. Yeah. Then I'm just gonna try and blast through this. so that we can take off and hopefully do the next week is hell week though. We'll see. Then I did GPS update. Yeah, nope, that was the next week. Sorry. Coming back. Oh, I was planning to do the next night, and I wasn't supposed to be at the airport, and there was potential weather, so I was like, I'm just gonna do other stuff. So I did that. I got a call from somebody late, and I was confused and concerned because I was like, who's calling me this late? Or like, why is this person calling me this late? And he asked if I had the number for the other CFI, because the other CFI had the 172, and that person was hoping to be able to take the 172 on a long flight, like nightish flight for something, I don't know. So he wanted his number, so gave it to him. They worked it out apparently, and he ended up going for that. So that comes into play later. So that day I ended up having multi-lesson again. And what did we do? He says we did multi-prep and a cross-country. So MEI prep, I guess. So we did. We flew, talked about stuff, got some instrument time. Yeah, so we were talking to Tower and that one had an approach. So approach controller, they kind of vectored us a little bit, and that was okay. Took a little bit, went out, did the thing, and he was trying to explain to me how to do that approach in that plane with settings and stuff, and I was kind of getting it but kind of not, because I was focusing on stuff, so I wanted him to tell me that afterward. So, but we did all the things, made sure the gear was down, landed, stop and go, took off again. And I can't remember what exactly he said, but it was, well, when are you going to put your gear up? And I did. I had a very unladylike reaction, and he loses it, and I was so embarrassed. But like, I did. That's one of my things, is just like, I need to remember to put the freaking gear up when I'm taking off, because otherwise it's like, well, engine out, yeah. So it was apparently funny, but darn it, sort of a thing. So yeah, and came back, worked on stuff, good, cool, amazing. And then, and that was the thing, is I had wanted to take the 172 for my night hours that night, but that guy was gonna have it. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm taking the 150. Didn't really wanna, because I was like, oh God, with the 150, there were some things. But we were gonna do it. It was gonna be good and fine. So plan to do that. And then I also didn't want to do it because like my former student, potentially future instrument student, was gonna have it until right up on nighttime, and I was like, gosh darn it, I don't have, like, I'm not gonna be able to get a head start, sort of. So yeah, did that. yeah, got that, did that, went, okay, so, Heidi info, I guess. So my dad decided he was gonna come with for like he really wanted to do like night flying. He's the one I've been like trying to like teach, but just doesn't always get a chance. So he came with for that one, so we were able to go, and we actually landed for him so that he would also be able to, I could log cross country for him and do all that. So did that. That was pretty uneventful. That was fine. And yeah, so as we were coming back, I believe, was that what that was? Yeah, he wanted to fly over a different airport, so we went and flew over that airport, and as we're coming in, the 172 was there too and made a call, and so we did a little chit chat, like, oh, are you going back and everything? How was your flight? And are you going back and see you on the ground and stuff like that? But but then realized that like we got back early, and then it was like I needed more time, as well as got him his 3 takeoffs and landings. So by the time we ended up actually getting done, the other guy had already landed, cleaned up, and left. Sorry, I kept this on here. Fade. There we go. So, oh well, that was fine. And that was that week. Oh, thank goodness. Now we're in Hell Week. Bot! Ban the bot! Gosh darn it. I'll have to come back and remember that one for putting in my little thingy. How do I do this? I can't remember. Ban the bot. I'll take a wee pic so I remember what to put in my bot catcher. Okay. Okay, sorry. You feel like we need proof after all these years. I'm assuming that means me actually flying better in an actual plane. I know, like what? Heidi V logical. Oh God, what is? Do I know what that? Should I know what that means? Oh no. I probably should know what that means. I know. Hey, you know what? When I get hired, right? That will probably mean that I am competent, right? You gotta get your wife a pair of those pants the passengers wearing. I know, right? Isn't that amazing? They would. Like, those would look good on anybody. They're just like always in season, fit, don't clash with anything. Perfect. Okay. Getting the things together, and then, yeah, well, yeah. Okay, anyway, sorry. I'm just trying to figure out what the best way to do this is, because it might not be as bad as I think, but we'll see. Oops. Flight plan. Clear. Yes. Did you see that freaking eye roll? That's not how it's supposed to freaking work. Oh my God. Freaking just clear everything, because we're not using either. I know how to work a GPS. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It shouldn't have to be this hard. Oh, but it is. We're at. And I guess I should like also say it was sort of a self-imposed Hell Week, but it was definitely character building, learning, and yeah, I definitely could have spread the nighttime out a little bit more than that, but I part of my reason for wanting to get it done was doing that nighttime stuff, it threw me off of like sleep, whatever. Not that I didn't get enough sleep, but like if I do night times, I can't do early mornings. And some of my students do early mornings, so it was like kind of the perfect time for me to get it done, because it's like the students that needed it didn't, yeah, whatever. So I blocked it out so that it would work. I would have later starts in the day so that I could have slightly later evenings. Okay. Figuring it out. Where are we going? That's where we want. Don't need that anymore. Oops. Good. All right. I am gonna try this. Okay, I am. So we're going like that. We're going up to 7,500 again. Should we make it 55? You know what? Let's make it 55. That way we don't have like such a nasty descent. Okay. Oh, that's good. Okay, perfect. And I'll do the up down is later. Okay, think we're good. Let's check our checklist. So, I'll get us in the air, get us all set up, and get back to... Again, I like calling it Hell Week, but it felt like it. We'll talk about it. Fuel valves are on. Cross feed is off. Primers are locked. Mixtures are rich. Props are forward. Fuel pumps. Fuel pumps. Okay. I'm gonna take. I have my feet on the brakes. I'm gonna take the parking brake off. It's still gonna make me move forward. I know this. I know this. Lights are on. We never turned them off. Good job. I promise. I promise. There we go. Yeah, sure. Go like that. Clear left. Clear right. We're gonna be departing the other runway. Right pattern for 5 and 13. We're taking off 3-1, so we'll do a left downwind to the southeast. GPS is set where we want it to be. Good. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. Well, you know what? Let's just double check what hour. Ignore whatever the winds say. We're taking off where we want. 2980. I think just one up then. Perfect. So we're taking off 3-1. So we're gonna have a little bit of a tailwind, a little crosswind. We don't do that in real life. Oh, like vlogging, vlog and logical. Got it, vlogical. Heidi vlogical. So I made a video back when I had my little GoPro and I practiced, I think it was commercial maneuvers at the time. And I did talk to somebody behind the scenes about it, and they're like, well, here's the thing. The people that do the geo guessing are really good at it. So if I did put it out there, it would totally be giving away where I am. So I'm a little hesitant to put any of that stuff out until I would be ready for that. Like, I wouldn't expect anybody to be creeping, but you never know. So like, at some point, perhaps. Yeah. Well, I do want to at some point. But yeah, I want to get to it. Yeah, I don't know where I want to get. We'll figure it out. Okay. Clear left, clear right. Taking off departing 3-1, left downwind departure to the southeast. Yeah, wherever we are. So, and here's the thing too, what kind of ticks me off is my students will do stuff consistently, 3-1, that I then correct them on, and then I freaking start doing it, like saying taking off. I have had to correct students saying taking off instead of departing. Why is my thing like this? There we go. All right, airspeed's alive. Engine instruments are green. Fuel pumps were on. Staying on the runway until red line. All right, and positive rate, gear comes up. Close to blue. We're climbing pretty well, so I'm gonna go ahead and turn. Crosswind. We're going pretty fast, so I'm gonna turn downwind. Wherever we are, traffic, Twin Cessna, Hotel Tree 1, Delta 1, left downwind, 3-1, departing to the southeast, last call. Wherever we are, traffic. Right. So, autopilot. Nav. Direct. Enter. Enter. Nav's good, and now we want to climb. We'll start at 1,000. Make sure it's taking us where we want it to go. Yeah, so that was something that's kind of like ticked me off. Is like, oh, here I am trying to like do good stuff. Well, yeah. So the taking off, you don't say taking off because that's like reserved for clearances. So you say departing, and I have started doing that, saying taking off. Like, freaking why? Oh, I was supposed to bring these back. Bring these back. Bring these back. I was supposed to do that earlier. All right, we're working our way upward. I'm just gonna do the stuff that I'm supposed to do. Landing light off. And apparently the taxi light came off by itself. Okay. All right. You want to argue with that, but you can't. You geolocate stuff all the time. Exactly. There you go. You're one of those people. I honestly, I wouldn't. I feel like I could trust you. I hope that is a good placement of trust. But yeah, so it is. It's just like I haven't really met anybody yet on here that's worried me. But again, never know. So, hola, how's it going? ¿Cómo estás? I only know a little bit of Spanish. I'm sorry. But yes, welcome. We're back in the air, making sure our stuff is good. We're climbing to our altitude. And then we're gonna get back into Hell Week. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, I have to do this so that I'm not like making you guys. Am I a pilot? I am a pilot. I am a pilot and flight instructor. I don't do airline stuff yet. I'm coming up on my hours, but I do fly the littler planes, the little twin planes now, twin engine planes. And I'm working toward my, what's it called? Yeah, working towards my hours and like, yeah, my big girl job at, yeah, some point. And we'll kind of get to that story time wise as I get past this week of stories. So you would geolocate it, you wouldn't broadcast your findings though if that counts for anything. I wouldn't assume, but I kind of figured you'd be one of those people who'd be able to. Because you got all that background and everything and knowledge. But yeah, it's I heard it's not hard for some people, so I figured I'll wait with it. Okay, so where are we? Beginning of Hell Week, self-imposed Hell Week. Supposed to have a day of coming up on 5,500, so we'll just kind of make sure it starts staying. All right, our nose is coming down. Speed's starting to come up. I'm gonna bring the power back in a bit. I'm gonna start working it out. Oh, you know what? I think we decided to do throttles there. Yeah. Speed still needs to kind of keep coming up, so I guess we'll kind of leave it for now. Yeah, so I was supposed to have a day of flights. I can't remember what, it must have been windy again. Well, oh yeah, I think ceilings were potentially low, and then weather moved in. So, well, inconsistent student canceled regardless, and then didn't have a lesson with other instrument student. Probably did. Oh, I was doing GPS updates. I was doing a little bit of that because it was coming up. And then I was working on some stuff, and the other CFI came in, and we started chatting about stuff. I can't remember there was something that we were talking about. And then, oh yeah, well, he couldn't go fly either because weather, so his stuff was canceled. And then I think we were also talking about the 150. The 150's been having stuff So it's been nice to be able to commiserate, like have somebody who's like in that, like, yeah, CFIing like I am, as well as knows the aircraft as well. So, we were chatting, and then it was like it wasn't gonna work. Weather was moving in. Went over to the FBO. Student was there. He pre-flighted and everything, and it was frustrating. However, let me see. We ended up talking about. Okay, we went over instrument approach. Well, at some point we went over instrument approach procedures, equipment. Oh, sorry, wrong month. Time means nothing anymore. We did. We went over instrument approach procedures again, equipment and instruments, the actual specifics and systems of the instruments, normal and abnormal procedures and indications, as well as documents, publications, regulations, as well as weather and icing, and ADM. So then, yeah, after that, had to wait a little while, and went again with my dad to go, get. Oh, yeah, so that's what happened. So we were starting a pre-flight. We were able to be in the 172 this time. And the guy who's working on his CFI, who had wanted me to do spin training with him, he ended up being there. So we started chatting, and he was telling us about this one airport. There was some cool stuff. We were actually kind of thinking of going that direction. It was cross country. So we ended up going over there. Went over there, landed, but kind of just buzzed around the airport a little bit to see the cool stuff over there. And then he wanted to go see. Oh, so yeah, so then I had to write stuff in. Oh, so the first flight we did night operations, including illusions, pattern, and wind correction. We did the pattern a couple times. And then this one, we did night ops, weather awareness, airport operations, carb icing awareness. We ended up getting some carb icing. So, wait, oh shoot, that was supposed to be a surprise. We took off from that airport, and he had wanted to go just kind of mosey over to this airport that was straight off the runway, and then wander back this way. And we started going that direction, and I wasn't sure. It seemed like, I think it was the first time I ever got lazed. So there was bright green light over and whatever. And of course I'm gonna say this because I feel like it needs, my dumb ass was like, what was that? Is that? I'm sitting there staring at it, trying to, yeah, ooh, cloud. Spooky. 0.1 hours, actual instrument. But then it didn't, like it was just like for a second or two, and then it didn't come back. So I was like, I was like, I wasn't sure. I assumed that they would keep doing it if it was an actual laser, so I don't know what it would have been otherwise. So we started turning back the other way, and while I was focusing on that, I looked back at the stuff, and it's, yeah, the manifold pressure was lower than it was, and so I asked my dad. I was like, did you move the throttle at all? I didn't move the throttle. He didn't, so put the carb heat in, and that one, it doesn't run rough when it has carb icing, it seems. It just, the manifold pressure comes back up. So we did. We kind of put that in, let that go for a little bit, and then continued. So, and then I think potentially had to do it again, maybe, or just left it in, didn't want to deal with it. So yeah, so that was fun. And also went in and went back to another airport and showed him the ILS into that airport, landed there. And that was a really good track. I wish I could show you. It's got all the identifying information, but it's a really good track. It's like a perfect teardrop and everything. Parallel. That one's a parallel. No, that's a teardrop. Beautiful. Landed it, and then went back to work airport. We had some time left, so we went and wandered north a little bit. And I did. I was in such a mode of, I did. I wanted the cross country time, but at the same time, I got actually kind of nervous about like leaving the area of the airport. So that was something to like deal with. So I did. I wanted to get out, get back, and then we could wander a little bit that way, but I wanted to come back, and this is why they require cross country time. Because there's something very comforting about being in the area of your departure airport. So yeah, that was fun. And then next day, I didn't have anyone down, so I was gonna go get time again. And that was, yep, Dad came with again. So we picked another spot. I think there was potential, there was something every freaking day. But this one, there was potential. I had wanted to go like one direction, but it seemed like there was gonna be weather that direction. Oh yeah, you know what? Looked like there was gonna be weather that direction and that direction. So this area was gonna be good. That might have been the other time too. So we ended up going this direction. Got ourselves a landing again for cross country time. And there was how did it go? The lights didn't want to come up for that one, so that was interesting. Landed it just fine. It wasn't one of my best, but yeah. And there was a tower nearby it that I was like freaking out about, but like I was trying to like, there was so many things that I was trying to like mentally take care of while still being instructor. And it was fine and everything, but it was the part of the, how do I put it? The mentality of like, I wanted to get all this stuff done in this time frame. So like that kind of like, it kind of brought a little bit of that, anxiety is not the right word, but just that like overthinkingness to it. But landed it, was fine, took off, came back, just kind of meandered back how Dad wanted to do stuff, and then wandered. Yeah, did a little bit more wandering because we had a little bit more time. And yeah, was good. So for that one, we did night ops, attitude, and pitch and power management, as well as visual navigation. So I did, like, on the way, a lot of times on the way there, I didn't want to like let him do the stuff because I wanted to just get there and be heading back. Because I mean, new flyer is gonna go this way, is gonna go this way, is gonna be doing all this stuff. It wasn't actually that bad, and I did kind of like chill out a little bit once we like got going that direction and like let him fly more than I anticipated to. Then was supposed to have a day at home airport. There was an airline pilot who was wanting to do a checkout flight at home airport, and he called me, or he texted me for like the week of, a few weeks ago, and that didn't work for me because I had my schedule kind of set. And then he talked to me about, no, it was this week. It was this week. It was during my hell week. So I was like, I could have squeezed him in, but I didn't want to, and it didn't work out anyway, so it was fine. So then had lesson with private student. Pattern work, tailwind and crosswind ops, because the windsock was going like this, and worked on radio ops as well as go-arounds. That's all I got. And then my
wrong day. Sorry. Yeah, good. Nope, we're good. So then drove. Oh, okay. So then at that point, go ahead. Okay, thank you. Sorry. I am. I'm trying to like blast through weeks. So, okay, quick, whatever. So I am a pilot in real life. I'm working towards my hours. I'm a flight instructor as well. And so I used to sim and stream a lot more, but I've been trying to like really like get towards stuff. I'm getting towards my minimum hours and trying to crank things out. So I stream basically once a month at this point, so there's a lot of story times in between. So I'm trying not to be as loquacious as I usually am, which always works out. But yeah. So yes, that's the rundown on why I'm babbling a bunch instead of flying the plane and all that. So yes. So I hope you enjoy. We'll get back to plane stuff as we get closer to our destination and potential. Oh, there we are. Okay. All right, getting through it. So, so at that point, I think it was either that day. It had to have been that day. Yes. So I noticed the day before, I noticed that the 172 needed its propeller AD done. It has a propeller that has an AD, a 100-hour AD. It used to be every year, but then the people that didn't fly, what was it? People that didn't fly very much didn't want to get their prop AD done every year, so then they made it a 100-hour one. So now us who fly our planes, I say my plane, or our planes, it's not my plane. Us who fly the planes more than 100 hours a year, like 100 hours a month almost, it seems sometimes, we have to do it way more often. So it's a pain in the ass. And the reason why the 80 is in place, I was told by the guy who does the 80 thing, because I bugged him while he was doing it, is because that specific prop had been on aerobatic aircraft and through the stress caused cracks and stuff. We don't do aerobatics in our aircraft, but I digress. Anywho, so that was coming up, and there were people who were planning on, I had lessons and I wanted to fly the plane, and then other people got onto the schedule. So I did. I texted the owner who was at home, not on a trip, was like, hey, can we get this taken care of? And he was like, oh, when is it due and everything? It's coming up. So I decided I would do the 150 for the next couple times, because at least because I didn't want to like go through that time when other people had it down as well. So I talked to the other CFI over there because he was gonna fly it, and I mentioned it to him, and then he also said, oh yeah, and the airport lights are out and the weather is down. Okay, so they're putting up, okay, more airport drama. So they're putting up a hangar. They wanted to put up a hangar. They had money or something. I don't know how exactly everything went. They're putting up a hangar, apparently more of like an FBO sort of situation on the airport. They wanted it in one location, but the city's like, no, we're gonna put it over here where it's right next to the weather station. So apparently maybe they're taking the weather station down and moving it. I don't know. So then they were working on stuff. They were digging around in places. So apparently the airport lights were out. I assume for like they planned purposes. So the next 2 nights wasn't gonna have lights. So it's like, okay, cool. I have flown into home airport, which isn't lit, except at least home airport had some indication of like it has lights to show you where the runway is. It just doesn't illuminate it, right? So like my initial thought was just like, oh, I'll just do an instrument procedure in and I should be good to do that. And then I started thinking about it and I was like, oh my God, is that gonna be a thing? Is it like I'm gonna be going directly into black hole and oh my God. So I texted the owner just to make sure he was gonna be okay with that. And he's like, yeah, you'll be fine. And I was like, okay, cool. And I figured so, but at the same time it was just another one of those things where it's like, why couldn't everything just be working out the way that I wanted it to when I'm trying to freaking fly? But again, I digress. So in that time, had lesson with Yes, had lesson with private student at home airport. Other instrument student had to cancel. He got sunburned over the weekend, so okie dokie. And then, so drove to work airport, and I did my ATP cross country. I just wanted to get out and get back in the 150. Didn't want to have to deal with it too much. And then just buzz around the airport a little bit. And then did the RNAV. I was freaking out so much. Not really. I'm a little dramatic. But it was fine. I locked myself in. Did the RNAV. I did it. I've done it how many times before? But I was coming in. I was watching my stuff. I was keeping it right on where it needed to be. And then I could figure out in the distance where the airport was based on like little lights and stuff. But yeah, could not see exactly where it was. So I was on instruments. And then as I got closer to that DA, I started looking up. I started recognizing the terrain on the ground below me. And then it did. All of a sudden, just out of the gloom came the little end of the runway. And I did it like normal visual landing at that point. And it was like, at the time it was just, you do what you do, but it was kind of cool to like, yeah, have that lock in and everything, and then have been able to handle it. So did it. I knew I could, but to actually see it happen was good. So did that. That was good. And then, yeah, it was good. My dad couldn't come with for that one, so which was okay because I probably wouldn't have let him come with for that. I wanted to handle that myself. And then, yeah, so that was good. The lights weren't going to be on the next night, so I assumed he wasn't going to be coming with for that one either. But apparently he, yeah, decided to. I don't remember. Oh, there we go. Sorry, wrong thing. Then had another day at work airport. Worked instrument student, consistent instrument student. Did the ILS to the straight in and landing. It was bumpy that day. So he was building a lot of character and he handled it really, really well. Didn't even go out of standards on the ILS, and landed it well. Bumpy crosswind too, so that was good. And then came back for RNAV with hold at the initial approach fix, and then a straight in landing, and then I also said GPS ops, so whatever that was. There was a reason for that, I'm sure. And then my other student must have canceled, or we had to it was super bumpy. So it was too windy for the 150, so didn't get to go fly with my private student. And then finished up GPS updates. And then the one guy, okay, so the one guy who has a Mooney, and it started freaking out when I was doing GPS updates and got it fixed. It was a battery issue. He still hasn't gotten new databases. So, and I've talked to friend instructor about it to tell him, and apparently he's told him like twice, but he still hasn't gotten it. So I have fewer aircraft to update for now, I guess, which can be nice. So then I was gonna go again in the 150, and my dad texts and he's like, all right, so we go in, and I was like, I wasn't planning on you coming with, but he's like, no, we'll be good. And then there were other okay, all right. I have to, translation, I will talk about my weekend aviation adventures until we are on top of the destination at 5,500 feet and then panic. That is exactly how it goes. Ask him how he knows. I don't know. How does he know? There's a lot of stuff to talk about. That was point one. That's another 0.1. Where are we? We're 13 miles out. Oh God. Yeah, so you know what? I kind of want to see if I can get myself. I'm gonna try and get us into this hold. We're probably already too far out. Let me see. Hang on. Hang on. Let me see if this works. So, procedure, select approach, enter. Frick, I don't know. We didn't look. And when I say we, I mean me. We're going to look. Variable at 4. Cool, thanks. Hey, you know what that means? That means we're gonna go to the 03 actually. We're gonna do RNAV 03 via Josas, and we're gonna activate it. Gives us a little bit more time. See how that works? All right, what am I looking for? I'll come back to this one because it was a little bit of a doozy, and I yes, it was a learning experience. Oh my God, I have to admit things. And I start like, you know how the whole, there's, what am I trying to figure out? Hang on. 2,000 feet we want. Okay, so we want to get down to oopsie frickin' daisy. And we're gonna down. Up. I don't think we need to go that fast. Let's do 600. All right, so we're descending decently. I'm gonna pull the power back a little bit, slow us down. Descend at a decent rate, power's at a decent rate, coming down. Our distance now is 13, so we should be good. Okay, sweet. Haha. What is this? No Cessna the horse? It is a Cessna. It's a twin Cessna. Boom, boom. Cessna 310, thank you very much. Yes, hello, by the way, how's it going? We are working on that multi stuff, as well as instrument. Sorry, not instrument, well, kind of instrument. Autopilot. So, oh, spooky. La, la, la. Oh, I guess I could go like this for now. I keep freaking doing that, sorry. Whee! So we're coming down, coming to the hold, potentially. So, okay. So I was doing GPS update. It was looking potentially windy, and I wasn't sure I was gonna go, but maybe I would. I would have felt more comfortable in the 172. Okay, and here's the other thing. I guess I'm gonna preface this by, like, you know how there's the whole thing where, there's a whole thing where fly the way that you'd want your NTSB report to read. I started thinking, I was like, okay, at some point, as I was going through this stuff, I was starting to think, I have to tell these stories to you guys. So I'm like, I have to start thinking, what stories do I want to have to tell? And admit to. So, with that in mind. So I was looking, so there was wind shear forecast in the TAF for like 2,000 feet. So I did the Google, and it said that there were different types of that sort of wind shear. And when it was like the overnight stuff that didn't have to do with convection, convective stuff, it was like, it just kind of, it just kind of calm on the ground, but there's a shift at a certain point about that 2,000 feet. So that didn't sound too bad. So I figured I could handle it, because I had flown in higher than what it was reported to be, or like what it was forecast to be. So it was gonna be fine. Airport lights were still out, so that was okay. I had flown the approach and handled it in that aircraft. It was good. So that was gonna be fine. Yeah, so, and then my dad's gonna come with. But it was, so there was all this stuff, and I was like, you know what? I just need to get this done. So I did. I turned it into more of like a what do you call it? Observationally instructive lesson. See where we're at. We're coming to Joseph's at 4 miles. Coming down to 2,000. This is an RNAV, so I could arm the approach, right? Okay. Glide slope is armed. Okay. So yeah, so usually I like to let students do all the stuff, but he wasn't going to be getting there as early as I would have liked. So I was just going to take care of all the stuff. I had the plane pulled out. I was going to do final walk around and get everything, and so that we could get going and get back. So I had the plane out, and I can't remember if I actually said I meant to. I'm going to do the final walk around. So I start going. One of the things in my final walk around is lift the aileron to make sure we have control movement. And I hear an ow or something, and I realize he had been sticking his fingers up in the aileron, because he likes to be hands-on, and part of the things, that's one of the things, is like twisting the thing. And so he was on that side and I was doing that. I damn near cut my dad's finger off. And it wasn't an insignificant thing. So slapped a Band-Aid on that. I apologized. He apologized for sticking his fingers in places. And that was something where it's like, okay, that was a lesson for, well, both of us. But for me, too many cooks in the kitchen. You can have a sterile cockpit, positive exchange of controls, even outside the aircraft. So making sure that if somebody's doing something on this side, people shouldn't be doing stuff on that side, sort of a thing. As well as when I go around and I do my checks for the ailerons, I come down first so that it goes up on that side. So that was a fun start to it. We get in the plane and we go, and let me see where we're at. Okay, so we're in the hold. Okay, so I'm gonna pause it there. Quick, come back to chat. Sorry. Well, you meant single, oh, but you didn't say it, so ha 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 ha. We are burning extra dinosaurs for personal science. Yes, absolutely, why wouldn't we? Smooth move, I know, like, and I was just like, I felt bad, he felt bad, and like, it was an interesting experience that I wasn't expecting. And I've been doing that forever, and I teach like that, and I talked to him about it afterwards, and I was like, I should have said I'm doing the walk around, and he said that I did say that, so maybe it was less my fault than I thought, but it was, I locked in for the flight, and then I had myself a good little cry on the way home. I felt so bad. My love language is violence. No, it is not. No, it is not. Like I said, I did not mean to. I felt bad. It was not something. So yeah, that's another thing. And that's the thing too, is I've been teaching my students, do the thing. But now I'm like, oh God, I'm teaching something. They're going to chop their people's fingers off because people are going to be putting their fingers in places. So, and that was another thing too that I was able to teach him, is like, and that's what I thought I taught, maybe I hadn't fully taught him. You hold it up. Before you stick your fingers in there, you make sure that you hold that up. Oh, I forgot about that. One of the other times we were in the 172, oh shoot, I have to put the approach up. We were in the 172, we're doing 3. Sorry. One of the other times we were in the 172, I was trying to lift the right aileron, and it wasn't going up. The left one was fine. It wasn't going up for the right one. And turns out the sentry cord was hooking on the back of the push-to-talk switch. So that was good to find out on the ground. Wait. I forgot some stuff. There was other stuff that was in my mind that shoot, we were gonna try and suspend the hole. I click OBS, right, to suspend? Yeah. OBS not available. Once I come up to it? Yeah, once it comes up to it. We'll see what happens. We're gonna try and put ourselves into the hold. Nope, we're going directly to the final approach fix. Okay, that's cool. All right, guess we're landing this thing. Heading to the final approach fix, which is Hinbo, so we should be staying at 2,000. The glide slope is armed. Oh, frick, we don't have a glide slope for this one. I forgot. Okay, so we're at 2,000, and we're gonna be hand flying it. That's fine. Dive and drive. 820 for our MDA. Ulaya though. Do we have Ulaya? Yes, we do have Ulaya. We'll stay above 940 and then get down to 820. All right, what other things can we do? Autopilot, boost pumps, lights. Let's do the stuff we didn't do last time. Or you can stay not on freaking stupid taxi light thing. LNAV VNAV. So we're an LNAV. We don't have LNAV VNAV in this. Sure, we're gonna be LNAV. You know what? Let's see what it does. Yeah, it does. We don't. This approach doesn't have LNAV VNAV even if we wanted it. So Hinbo, then it's getting Ulaya. I'm curious. Let's see what it does. I'm gonna let the autopilot do it. See what happens. Oh, I need to get down to. Okay, so flaps. We're coming to the final approach fix. So I'm gonna start bringing this down. We want a notch of flaps. I'm gonna throw that in there. That's gonna pop us down. That's good. 138, 139 is both our second notch of flaps and our geared down speed. So that's 130. That should be good. So it's going to start descending us. Direct track. All right, it is taking us down. I'm going to throw the gear down. Wrong button. 3 greens is coming. 3 greens. All right, good. I'm gonna pull power back a little bit. I think we can get, yeah, we can definitely get slower. It's following a glide slope, whatever that may be. We wanna stay above 940 by Ulaya. That'll be 1.9 miles, 940. All right, we're gonna be about blue line is what I want. Oops. So, that's good. That's where I want it. All right. Oh, yeah, I think this one likes cowl flaps. Open. Oh, pull to close. We're just going to leave them open. The twin eye fly in real life, you don't do anything with the cowl flaps. You just leave them open. 940. It's following it down. Again, 940 Ulaya. Actually, no, you know what? I am going to bring it down just a little bit. What power setting are we at? 15? Yeah, sure, why not? Mixtures, props. So, that was one thing too. Current multi-instructor, MEI instructor, I guess I should say. MEI instructor. All right, so Ulaya, we are, yeah, above 940. Looking for 820. All right, coming down to 820. Minimums. Yay! All right, so we're just not follow the glide? Question mark? I don't know. See what happens. We have it in sight, so we're just gonna like let it fly itself for a little bit. All right, so carb heat, don't need. Fuel is on. Undercarriage is 3 greens. Mixture is full rich. Power, propeller, pumps, or boost pumps are on, right? Safety, seatbelt, security. All right, so we're at that blue line. We're keeping to those 1,000 footers. Glide slope. I'm gonna start working that power back a little bit more. You know what? I should have popped another notch of flaps in. So in the single engines, I'll pause for a second. That wasn't terrible either. Let's continue making it not terrible. I think this one didn't have anything weird, so we'll just find the next taxiway. Brakes. Wind is favoring this way, so we will. Ooh, we're gonna taxi back and get fuel. Is there FOD on my runway? I couldn't see it. Ugh. Sorry, hang on. Ah, freaking pedals. We're gonna taxi back. We'll go get some fuel, and then we're gonna take off again, and I'll continue the rest of Hell Week and final week, I think, of Storytimes on our way back to Departure Airport, because it'll take that long. So, clear of runway 03. Documents. Clear of the runway. Flaps are up. Mixture back. Power. Landing light strobes off. The taxi light. There we go. That works now. Good. Okay. Ah! Need more energy. My Heidi fuel. Radio calls, lights, mixtures, fuel pumps off. All right. Yeah, it was favoring that way, so we'll taxi over. Pretend we shut it down. Fuel up. Or, no. We're doing stuff right this time. I was gonna like go ahead and fuel us up on the taxi, but I won't do that. I don't know, let's just see what happens. PIC, okay, I do wanna say, that might be a little bit of a, how do I put this? Is this a crossing runway? I don't know. It would say that. Clear left, clear right. No, I think it's just a wee, yellowy grass. Is that, no, that's a fire truck. All right, we're gonna, oh, there's grass there. Where, why is this here? Oh, there's a lake. There's a lake and grass right in the middle of the taxiway. That's cool. Ugh. Fuel truck, cool. We parked by the fuel truck. Mixture master mags. That would be a shutdown. We fuel up. We could have made it. We're not doing that again. I kind of feel like that might be a little bit of a, why are you, a negative transfer from instructing, because I used to be kind of on the have to do the like point stuff out to like students. I don't want to let them get too far and everything, but they need to get a certain ways into whatever silly mistakes that they're making, to see if they can get themselves out of it and be able to like start noticing, where am I going? Why is this? What is this? What is? It's not showing me on the ground, so I don't know how to get over there. Can I go like this? Yeah, so, but I've learned myself, we're just gonna pretend there's a taxiway here. Clear left, clear right. Did all the good right things, and then it's not a Heidi stream. There isn't a few grass taxis. Okay, so no, not that. So how do I putting that there? I'm gonna put the parking brake on again so it doesn't get away from me while I play with these. But yeah, like I've gotten better about letting them get into spots. So okay, you know what? Direct to enter. Okay, so now I want to just clear. Good. Can I get rid of this now without you getting rid of my... That's not how it works. Whatever. It's fine. I'm fine. We're fine. Yeah. So I've gotten a little bit into that and started getting quite a bit of enjoyment out of it. Like just, seeing where things go. So maybe that's not... Right? Okay. 404 airport not found. Glad I remembered it. I'm hoping I can get done with story times on this leg so that we can do a little bit of multi stuff on the way. But we'll see. All right, got that set. We want altitude. We're going that direction, so we'll make it 65. Good. We fueled up, so that's good. We'll get... Yeah, that's right. Yep, correct. 7-8. Okay. Cool. I think we're good. All right, so we're gonna get in the air. We're gonna get ourselves started. And if we feel like doing a diversion and not going all the way back, that might be okay. But we'll see. All right, so sorry, I'll get back. Checklist. Let's get in the air. Get us going. Nah, we do our full run up and everything since we shut down, but we didn't actually shut down, so we're just gonna take off. Fuel valves on, crossfeed is off, primers are locked, mixtures full rich, props forward, fuel pumps go back on. Doors, windows, seat belts, lights. Strobe. All right. Runway 03. Departing 03. Left downwind departure to the west. Yep. All right. Parking brake and brakes again. All right. Wherever we are, traffic. Monticello traffic. Twin Cessna. Twin. Ha! Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Departing 03. Left crosswind, actually, departure to the west. Oh, I was hoping it was gonna go all the way onto the grass, and I was gonna be like, see, that plane did it too. It's not because I did it first. It's because it's acceptable. Okay. Again, like I said, my home airport is grass, so it's normal. All right, crosswind, 03 is correct. Up, throttle up, hands on that throttle. Airspeed's alive. Engine instruments are green. Maintaining the runway until the red line. Whee! All right, positive rate, gear up. All right, lights are off, so gears up. Ugh. Oop, and a half. Oh God. Hang on. 800's comfortable. Throttles, props back. We gotta get better at that. Nav mode, vertical speed, climbing at what we set it to. Now we can climb a little bit faster. Yeah. 1000's good. All right, on our way, heading up to 6,500. Mixtures are coming back a little bit. Fuel pumps are gonna go off. Landing light off. Power, airspeed, engine instruments, pumps off, power, cruise. We'll do that once we get there. But 25 squared for the climb. Okay. Sorry. Coming back. You like this VNE taxi speed? Yep. So good at it. It's no wonder that I keep making grass taxis. It's all about that velocity I teach my students, and then I go pew, off. Extra lift saves on gas, maybe. I like that. We'll go with that, definitely. Taxi via grass for departure runway. Again, that's what I'm used to. Tip tanks. Hello. How's it going? My tip tanks. I try not to use them because I don't know how to use them. The tip tanks or the auxiliary tanks in the plane that I fly are in-op. So, yeah, I rely on the main tanks. Oh gosh. All right, we're on course, doing good, coming up. All right, so injured my dad. We're going to take off. We take, wait, actually, this one, oh, this has all the things. Did our run, oh, and that, okay, and this is another thing. The day before, when the airport lights were out, somebody else was coming in, and I knew who it was, and they kept clicking for the lights, and I was like, do I tell them or not? And I ended up not, so then came through, and he asked, and I was like, oh yeah, it's in the NOTAM. And he's like, oh, I should have checked that. And I was like, oh God, was that the bad thing to say? Like, I should have said that because I was just calling him out for not checking his NOTAM into his home airport. So I felt bad about that. And he's a really cool guy. He's airline, and he's given me, we've chatted about stuff, and he said things like to do, they're called stars, I think. So it's a situation, a something, action, and resolution. So having these stories for interview questions. So they're gonna ask certain questions, so make sure you have a story, practice it, make sure you don't stumble, know what you're gonna say, and don't be deer in headlights when you're going into interviews. Be ready. Get your poop in a group is how he said it. So yeah, so he's been really nice, and I hope that I was like, oh my god, that was a silly thing to say. So that was the day before. This time, we are gonna head. We're on the ramp. We have to back taxi, and it's getting down there, and we're about to back taxi, and a guard copter comes on the frequency. They're gonna come. I thought they were just gonna transition, but they're gonna come land, I guess. And they're clicking, and they're clicking, and they're clicking. And I was like, I thought I learned my lesson to just let them know. So I was like, we don't have the lights right now. And they didn't say anything. And I thought we were gonna be able to like get out and like before they landed, but they came in a lot quicker than I thought. So I was like, we're just gonna let them land. And so I wasn't. I was like, was I in the way? We have a little run-up area, but it's not great. So I was like, oh God, did they need like the rest of the runway? I don't know how helicopters work for the most part. So they ended up landing on the opposite end or whatever, and said some stuff like they're gonna do stuff over there. And I was like, okay, so we're gonna let any potential rotor wash dissipate. Then we're gonna take off. It was already gonna be bumpy as it was. So we take off, it was fine. It was a little bit bumpy as we were climbing out, got on track, it was fine. So I was at the point of, I didn't want to deal with any of the potential, what's it called? I didn't want to have to land more than once. So we got me ATP cross country. So didn't get to log it for my dad. But it was what it was. I was just getting my stuff done, and he was just happy to be coming along and hopefully learning good stuff. So we fly out to one of the airports that we already had done, and then flew back and came in for the approach again, because again, airport lights were out. And so I was expecting, again, the wind shear was going to be up at around 2,000, and it was like going to be obvious on the beginning of the approach, and then it was going to get better. Oh, and again, so we didn't have the weather either at my home airport, so I didn't know exactly what the winds were doing there. And the lights weren't out, so like we couldn't like overfly the field and see what the windsock was doing. So there were all these things that like I have gotten so used to. So we're good at 6,500. The speed's coming up kind of very slowly. Why is it? Okay, I'm gonna put it back like that. I'm gonna put it down like that. And that's what we're gonna have. And then I think, good. Hang on. I'm just gonna quick do the cruise checklist just to make sure we did everything. Good. Mixture could probably come out a little bit more as well. There. All right, speed's back up kind of where we want it. Looks good. On track. At altitude. Amazing. 143 miles. All right, we got time. So, that was my expectation. So again, I knew from when we had taken off that it was going to be a little bit crosswindy, and I knew which way it was going to be crosswindy, so that was good. That was okay. So coming in, oh, sorry. NOTAMs are just a bunch of garbage. Yes, NTSB said it, right? It was the NTSB guy. He said it. And I complained earlier, I don't know if you heard it, about how on 4Flight, how they're put up now. Like I heard, I had a little thing in my email, a little notification of things going on in the aviation. They're trying to do better about that, the NOTAMs. And maybe this is part of it, but they do. They have the ones that are today, and then they have older ones. And what they had been doing is the older ones were ones that had already expired. But now there's the today ones, and then the older ones, but there could be older ones that are still also active. And so I've gotten used to not looking really at the older ones, because they're expired. So, learning. Oh, sorry, Get out of that. Wow. Then we'll go like that, and then we'll go like, boom! Beautiful. Yeah. So. Yeah. Star. Yes. Situation. Task. Action. Result. Okay. Sounds good. Perfect. So task is the one that he could remember, and that's one of the things that I hadn't. I have been like just really working on my flight instruction, getting minimum hours total, not really working on all the other stuff that I needed to do, not putting out applications and stuff, because I was like, oh, I've been good with the flight instruction and I care about my students and I want to make sure they're getting to where they need to be. So I have not been doing, okay, fine, I'll bring the freaking, no, not that one, hang on. I have not been doing the things that I should be doing for my own furtherance of my career. So him telling me that, as well as me needing like the night hours and coming up on, okay, it's gonna be, yeah, like a couple months and I'm gonna have minimums. I do need to get my poop in a group and like be ready when it comes. I am not optimistic that I'm not gonna get something right away, but if it does, I'd like to be ready. So I'm gonna work on those. I'm gonna work on those stories. And yeah, thank you for giving me the last word in the acronym. Don't forget to drink water. Does coffee count? Yes. Does energy drink? Yes. Thank you for saying that too. Yes. Everybody get snacks, get drinks, strap in again. Caffeine is dehydrating, not hydrating. Okay, I have my water too. It really does feel like the aviation infrastructure is stuck in the 80s. Some. Yeah, I can't drink too much because otherwise I'll have to have a potty break, and we're plowing through this. Okay. So energy drink, that's just as dehydrating. Dang it! I was told at one point that I should mix it with water, and that was actually what I was. That's what I was doing for my night stuff, just like to make sure I wasn't getting whatever. I mixed my energy drink with half water, and it was good. So, but I don't know. It seems I like drinking it straight out of the can. But yes, adding water to it, hydrating, dehydrating, balances out. Counter argument is. Can I say hella? Is that ladylike enough to say? It's hella good though. I have tried coffee. I should try it again. I probably do need to get used to it because FBOs around the place, they're not going to have tea and stuff, or other places that I might be going might not have tea, so I have to drink coffee. What do you add to it, or do you not add to it? Is that something I just got to get used to? Still dehydrating. Dang it. Well, we're doing our best. So yeah, so 2000 AGL is a thing, and I like mapped that out for the approach. So I'm gonna have this. I have this expectation for what we're doing, what it's gonna look like on that approach, with potential wind stuff. So get onto the approach, and I told my dad, and I was like, I was very specific about it. I am gonna be locked into the approach. I want you to be watching the ground speed. I told him to do that. I don't think he really did, but that's okay. And or look out for other traffic and stuff. If there is something that I don't see, definitely let me know, but otherwise, very much sterile cockpit. And he's very good about that stuff, but I just wanted to make sure. So he's very good about it. And then I was on the approach, started the approach, and again, I can tell where the airport is, just not, again, lights are out, I just know it's over there. And so we're coming like this. I'm locked on where I need to be, but it is. It's like we're coming like that, and it's bumpier than I would like it to be. It's tossing a little more than I would have wanted it to be. And we're coming in, and getting to that DA. See that, the again, familiar terrain below. Still being on glide slope and course, while also getting eyes outside to actually find the runway when I can. Find the runway, good. Start locking in, getting the crosswind stuff in place. Following the glide slope still kind of fighting it. And this was the first approach to landing in a long time where I almost went around. Cause it did, like, I was coming in, I was handling it, like getting the wind in and everything, and then I kind of ballooned more than I would have expected. Handled it, and got us down. Crosswind correction, got whatever. As soon as we landed though, and I was all stable on the ground, I said some unladylike things. Because it did surprise me how that wind ended up picking me up more than I expected it to. One thing I think I will credit, well, two of the things. The one thing was, I've gotten used to with students, putting us into situations near the ground, either on takeoff or landing, that I have to handle. And I handle it, so like that, it was, I was in control of the aircraft, I felt in control of the aircraft, and again, yeah, handled it. As well as, I realized later on, the 150 is very light. So if my dad hadn't come with, it would have been even a lot lighter, and probably a lot tossier than it had been. So I did, on one hand I was like, I don't like pushing my boundaries. Not that it was a boundary. Like I said, I had flown in similar, what I had thought was similar situations before. And so I don't like pushing stuff when I'm with somebody else. So that I was like, was that the best thing to do? I don't know. But I was grateful for it, and he thought it was impressive. It didn't feel very impressive, but like also it did. It felt good to also know that I can, like, yeah, feel and handle that stuff, because it was a lot of like very minute and not so minute like corrections in order to like lock it in. But yeah, again, can always go around, but I didn't feel not in control of the aircraft at any time, so handled it, landed it. So that was fun. And yeah, so and I did. I was like, I probably shouldn't have Googled and listened to Google for what that stuff means. Again, my whole journey, I wouldn't have. I would have seen that and been like, no, I'm not gonna do that, not gonna go. But I've gotten more comfortable, confident, to a point where it seemed like I could handle it, and I did. But again, it's one of those balancing points of, where is that line? Where is the actual safety line and the stupid line? So yeah, anywho, so that was that, and I think that was it for that one. Quick check the logbook. Okay, coming back, sorry. You add sugar-free, okay, sugar-free vanilla creamer to it. Okay, sounds good. That sounds delicious. If you need to hydrate something fierce, you like to get a Replenish from 7-Eleven, that stuff's good. What is Replenish? Is that like an electrolyte thing? You never tried it? Yes, basically a fruit flavored drink. Usually you can bundle 2 for a discount. So you get fruit punch and a lemon. Ooh, I love lemon stuff. You like lemon stuff? I love lemon stuff. I feel like I haven't met a whole lot of people that actually like lemon stuff. Or like it's one of the, yeah. So I like finding people who like lemon stuff. The flavor is strong, so it makes you want to drink it, thus making hydration easy. Nice, there we go. Cool, you'll try it to remember the next time. Yes. They were a godsend after you spent all of last Saturday filming. Right, it was hot and sunny. You were spent. Got home, absolutely demolished a bottle of it. Immediately started to feel better. Nice, excellent. Okay, that's something to keep in mind for me as well. So I have my Heidi fuel that I'm not sponsored by, so I won't say what it is, or I would if I could. And that's been really good for me. It has like it's got energy drinks, it's got greens, it's got meal replacements in the form of like shakes, bottled shakes, as well as powdered shakes, as well as meals that you just add hot water to. And bars, so that's actually been really nice, doing the CFI thing and potentially not having room in the cockpit or time on the ground to like actually eat something, so I just take the bottle with. So like something like that though, I'm not sure that they have, so that is something that, so replenish is what you said it was? Replenish, okay. I'll have to take a look, see, thank you. If I was in the habit of drinking more water every single day, you would have felt better. Called out. See, here's the thing. We people who forget to drink our water, even though we know we are supposed to, I already have issues. Like, I drink a lot of fluids in the morning. I drink 2 bottles of water in the morning, and then I drink my caffeine. So for my Monday morning, or not Monday, my morning flights, I end up having to go potty during the flight, and I don't want to get to a point where something happens in the cockpit. So when I'm flying all day, I have to be careful how much fluids I'm drinking. In your defense, you tried to pre-hydrate the night before, but in South Texas, there's not much you can do. Yes, today's hydration started yesterday. Exactly. We try at least. Oh gosh. Okay. So that was that. Oh, we're almost done, guys. I'm excited. So, what is that for? I don't know. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, after that evening, I was almost at, I needed like not quite 3 more hours of night flying. I wasn't sure it was going to happen the next night or it was going to have to be the night after. I wanted it to be that next night, but I was totally down if it wasn't going to work, but it was something to be thinking about. So, also, luckily I had talked to the owner of the 172, and that was, I wanted to have like a nice long chill flight for my last one, have my dad with, have a little bit more fun and everything, potentially. So I did want it to be in the 172, and the owner said, or no, he said he was going to get it on the schedule, and I looked on the schedule, and it was on the schedule for that day, so it was going to be done for my flight that night. So, I was supposed to have a multi-flight, ended up having to cancel it for weather, double-checked with owner of the 172, and he did. He said it was, the AD got done, cool, and so it was going to be good and ready for that night. Weather was, so wasn't sure. We were going to go try it. So plan was we were going to go, we were going to see what was happening. Even if we need to get up in the air and just kind of see if we have to stay in the pattern and land and not go further, that's fine. But we'll actually get to the airport. Oh, and the weather was working again, so it was nice. Oh, and the airport lights were supposed to be on again, and they did come on as we were there. So that was nice too. So like those couple of things were like, don't have to worry about those anymore. for now anyway. So I get there, and the prop AD, it had been done, have to take the prop hub off and look in and do all the things, look at it for cracks, put the hub back on, bunch of screws. One of the screws was still out in a very conspicuous spot, so I assumed it was intentional. Found where the screw was. It was a little bit stripped on the top, but I was able to get it in, so it was good. I texted the owner about it, said, hey, this was out, so I assume it was to remind you to get more of them. So yeah, so that was all fine and good. Took off, and I was still in I just wanted to get it done. So I was like, to my dad, I'm gonna take us, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do the flying. We're not gonna land again, because it was potentially gonna be bumpy again. So I just wanna kind of handle it out there, get us back, get done, because I'm just over all of the stuff. Having the weather, having the lights, having the weather reporting equipment, having the different aircraft, the thing. Oh, I forgot to mention that. Okay. Backing up. So the 150, for some reason, 2 tanks, right? Wing tanks. Left, right, sump both. There's another sump underneath, same type of sump. They like to leak. Don't know why. They like to take turns. Once one stops leaking, another one starts. We have switched them out time and again. We put different ones in. We don't know. So it just, you monitor it, it's fine. Plus, the, it had to go in to another airport to get its IFR check done. So the pitot static system transponder all taken care of. The transponder that we had, the altitude encoding, hadn't been working, so they had to figure that out as well. So they fixed that, apparently, did the whole thing, and it's good, right? At one point, the other CFI let me know that the yoke had caught while they were doing a touch and go. He and a student were doing a touch and go, and it caught, but not enough to like make an issue, but it was something to be monitoring. Went in there, and apparently there was like the wires from the stuff were like where the shaft of the yoke is, or some, I don't know exactly what it was, but they got it all strapped up. That should have been something that that when they went in there for the pitot static thing and the transponder and all that, they left it like that. Okay. So strapped it all up, talked to the owner of the aircraft about it, and he went and like did something with it too. So good. Except it happened again, so they went in and strapped it up a little tighter and everything. And then, so that was another thing that we were looking at. And it was only when it was like absolutely full aft, and it just like hitched a bit, and then, yeah. So that was another thing where it was like, okay, is that, like, always do the control check the full way through, all the way forward, to the side, all the way back, full range of motion. Whenever I did that, it never caught for me whenever I was going out and flying. But it was just another one of those like mental things of like, okay, why can't everything work the way that it's supposed to? And so, yeah. So then how that sort of ended was they got it all like completely strapped up, I think, yeah. But then the altitude encoder stopped working again, so they think that it was like, I don't know, what, like it jogged whatever it was in there, and it made it stop working again. So we got to take it back and see if like, okay, that was a you guys problem, so what? So yeah, so that was just another thing that we're like, yeah, I was thinking about on those things. So again, coming back, I was just so done with the entire week, and I wanted to have my stuff done so I could start working on apps and get my stuff out and together and all that. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do ATP cross country again. It's gonna be bumpy again. I don't wanna have to deal with a landing over there and then come back. So we're gonna go to this waypoint over here because my dad wanted to go a different direction. So it's like, okay, we're gonna go over here and come back. Also might have been one of those things where there was potential weather over here, potential weather over here as well. So this is the way we're gonna go. So yeah, so that's what we ended up doing, and got up in the looked like it was all okay. Got up in the air, was good. So headed out, kept monitoring, got us on course. I let him fly it. I chilled out as usual. Once I actually get in the air, I just lock into like what I'm actually doing. Not like here, obviously, but it is. It's just I've gotten so much more familiar with that. That's just like where I reside. So I get more comfortable and much more. I feel much more capable once I'm actually in the plane instead of being on the ground and thinking about being in the plane. So we did. We went out, and it was a fix off of a VOR, so I was able to kind of like teach him about that sort of stuff, and this is how those work, and it's a DME thing, the fix is, but it's also a GPS waypoint. And came back, and it was good. It was supposed to be bumpy, but we stayed a bit higher, and where we were, it wasn't that bad. As we would lower a little bit, it'd get a little bumpy, so I kept us a little higher. And then he'd start descending accidentally, and then we get into the little bumpies, and it was really cute because he'd be so upset with himself about we have an altitude hold thing, or like altitude bug, and it'll yell at you. It'll beep when you go 200 feet away from your altitude. And so it would beep at him, and I'd be like, hey, and he would be like, he was so upset with himself. But I did. I even got off of the altitude too, so I was able to be like, okay, when we're not like fully locked in and stuff, it's okay. Plus, he hasn't flown a whole lot. We only flew together 4 times last year, I saw when I actually looked at his logbook again. So that was interesting to see. So yeah, getting back into that sort of, I guess that's probably where I get it from. Part of where I get it from, like needing to be perfect, even though not used to it yet. So yeah, so did that, went back to, got close to airport, and then I felt okay. So he wanted to go over this way, so I was like, yeah, let's do that. So we just wander. Yeah, so what's that city over there? And I told him, and he's like, really? Because we had just been talking about it, and it was like seeing all the different things, and yeah. Came back in and wasn't too bumpy, so it was good. And it's been fun too, because like the work that he is in, it does have some similar procedures, with like, yeah, instruments and operations and things like that. So it's been fun to like kind of talk about that stuff with him and see how that kind of coincides and diverges. But yeah, so that was cool. And I got my over 100 hours a night, so I probably could have started applying earlier than that as I was working on it, but I just wanted to like hammer that out. So now the only things I really have left for most of the jobs that I've been seeing is, well, multi is its own thing. We're not worrying about that right now. Well, we are, but so minimums, my 1,500 hours, and then my cross country. I was talking to my dad and realized that the end of June, which is what my plan was for 1,500 anyway, is going to be my 5-year plane-iversary for my Discovery flight. So that's the date, is my Discovery flight date, is when I want to get my 1,500 hours just for that sort of a thing. And I think I wasn't going to worry about the cross country too much, but I think I can get it done if I get at least 5 hours a week cross country. I should be able to hit them both at the same time. My 1,500 total and 500 cross country. So that's sort of the plan right now. Yeah. So yeah, so that was that one. Oh my god, no, we're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right, so that was that, did that, and I celebrated that weekend while getting some of my stuff together, so that was nice. And then we're on to the next week. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Coming back. I'm sorry. Here we go. Darn leakers, stop it. Wait, what do you mean? What did I? Oh God. What? Oh yes. No, exactly. It's been mind-boggling. So I started flying that the 150 when I started my CFI training. We've never had the issues that we've had. We've just had so many issues. I want to say since like fall. So I have been thinking that it's got to be like a winter thing. Oh no. I got energy drink in my eye. Let me just have a like good one eye cry for a second. Oh, streaming. I hope you can't see. I'm gonna look like freaking insane. There we go. I do. Apologies if you can actually see and I look like I have like, yeah, pink eye or rabies or something. No, just energy drink. Anywho, so I don't remember where I was going with any of that, so we're just gonna continue. Oh, so yes, okay, so before I get into final week of stories, I'll go, so I got those hours, so I want to get started. So I did, I started looking at potential jobs, non-ATP as well as ATP, and even some of the non-ATP required the 100 hours of night, so that's why I kind of had to get my butt in gear. So, yeah. So there's a couple of applications that I've started. Another one that I might have to update. I've had it in forever and I don't think that's gonna happen. It's a single engine that it might go into a multi-engine, but I don't know. Right now I need the multi-time, so I would like, if I can get anything, I would like a multi-job. So I don't have to keep paying for my hours. So most of the jobs that I'm seeing are 25 at least, if not 50. 50 has been my goal because friend instructor and owner of the 172 were flying on work trip, and they met a contact who had they met a contact who for that job required 50 hours multi, so it was good contact, but I didn't have the required thing. So I got my multi, great, now I need 50 hours. That was last year. And then I started working on the AFOCT, so that I ended up putting that off, and so now it's a year later, so I'm working on getting my MEI, I'm working getting those hours up, so I'm hoping to get back into contact with that contact once I get my MEI and say, hey, I am working through my hours, or I'll have to see if I should just get the 50 hours instead of just getting the MEI. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, so that's one of my things too, where it's like, again, being ready for the opportunities that present themselves. So I wasn't ready for that opportunity. I'm hoping it's not gone yet. If it's, yeah, I hope it's still there. We'll see. Monitoring. Good. Okay. So, yeah. So that's where I'm at with all that stuff. I started working through all that stuff. I started working on application as well for, so for the guard side of it, trying to get all that, the package, get all that stuff together to make sure I'm ready for that when it's time. Realized I guess I probably need, a cover letter as well as letters of recommendation and things like that. So I'm like, oh my God. Again, starting now so that I'm not in like, full panic mode once it actually gets to that point. So I started working my cover letter. I have to figure out what avenue I should go, because I heard things where it's like, oh, you should make it a bit more personal and less because your resume has all your stuff on it. The cover letter should be what you like, more personal, the why you want to do it, what you can bring to the table and things like that. So I started one that was a little bit more, creative, but I also found a template that was a lot more just, here's the things, and it has the why and everything in it, but it's a little less on that, creative side. So I'm going to do both of those, and I'm going to talk to Friend Instructor. I'm going to have to, I did. I texted him and I was like, so would you want to write me a cover letter? And he said 100%. And I was like, okay, thank you. And then I'm also starting to do my apps and stuff. So will you be available also for my, for my multiple questions that I'm going to ask? Because as I was like working through the website application process for two of the apps I'm looking at, there were these questions where it's like, you see somebody doing something unsafe, how often do you intervene? Always, sometimes, never, or something like that. And it's like, okay, so I'm a flight instructor. When I see my students doing something unsafe, again, I kind of like to see, I need to see kind of how far it goes to see how far you know what I say? But like, I assume the answer is supposed to be always, but at the same time, it's like, okay, but are they also going to be like, oh, we don't want people who are like nitpicky about stuff, but then that's not a company that you want, right? So like that sort of stuff, I'm like, I am not good at that stuff where the logical answer is yes, always, I'm going to intervene. And like, that's what I do. I do. I never kind of take the instructor cap off. So like, even when I'm talking to people at the airport and they start talking about something, I may or may not go into lesson mode, which is, it's funny at times, but I also hope that I'm not, oh God, that person, but I probably am. No, we're good there. Yeah, we figured that out. Sorry. So I want to like ask him those sorts of things, because I don't know how that stuff works, what I'm supposed to say, what am I supposed to say, how I'm supposed to be thinking about it, what do they want from me? So that's gonna, and then I do, like, working on some of the other applications. It's like they ask about, oh, how many multi-hours do you have? Less than 25. I'm getting there though. I want at least the 25, and then from there I'm hoping I don't know. We'll see. I'm letting it happen as it happens. So that's kind of where we're at there. I'm working on the applications, getting all the stuff together. Oh, and that was one of the things I'm also nervous because I started an application. I think it was like the day after. It was the Sunday after, the Sunday morning after, I think. I got my night hours done. So I was just kind of going through the motions with it, and I came upon those questions, and I was like, oh, well, okay, I'll come back to it. So it left it for a little while, and I got an email where it's like, oh, the recruitment team wants you to finish your application. I'm like, they didn't like start looking at it, did they? This is supposed to be a draft. So I'm like, is that not a good thing that I'm starting it and now? I don't know. Like, I was assuming that I had to get through all of the stuff first and then click submit, which is what my other application had been. Like, you go through all the things, and then you click, all right, I'm sending it. And then every once in a while you can adjust it and click update. So I do. I hope that I didn't like put myself into the pool and they're like, what is this person doing? They're not even, oh God, I don't know. So, and maybe I'm overthinking it, but yeah, so I do. I have questions. Yeah. But we're working on it. And I'm trying to do as much as I can. And I've started looking up stuff for like the guard side of stuff and like what I'm supposed to be expecting for that. And there's all that stuff that I'm supposed to be reading, and I'm also supposed to be reading my multi stuff and getting better about that. And so yeah. So if I ever have free time, I end up trying to do one of those things. So yeah. But it's been okay. Working through it, being productive. So hopefully that continues. Temporary 40/20 vision with a bloodshot eyebrow. No. I was gonna make some sort of crack about like a NOTAM, but for medical things. And then I was like, no, that's in I Am Safe. If you're unfit to fly, you don't fly. Even if you're flying, you divert and don't do the things. So, yeah. It is. Okay. I do worry that like I make jokes that I should. And I apologize. I don't mean. But you get a little bit of a brash sort of humor. Yeah, at least I have. And I did. I just wanted to. I try to look back and be like, when I started flying, I wasn't. So right now, I've just been babbling and just looking. Oh yeah, plane's still going where plane wants to go. Plane's doing plane things. We're over the clouds. Okay, that's cool and everything. But when I started this stuff is nuts, right? Like look at what we're doing here. It's amazing. The grind can, every once in a while, I have to remember that this is such an amazing privilege to be able to do this, and not everybody gets to experience this stuff. And it's amazing. And I'm gonna start crying now. And not just because of the energy drink in my eye. Remember to message you if I decide to go further with the guard stuff. We should. I'm gonna try. Cause yes. Cause I am kind of like at that stage, and I'm gonna do it one way or the other. Not one way or the other. I'm gonna go for it regardless. I don't know if it's going to be, if it's gonna actually. Well, one of the things is, I guess, I didn't think about how long it was gonna like take, even like once I get through that, like if I got through the acceptance process, it's gonna be another year or so before I would actually get into training. So it's like, at this stage in where I'm hoping to have a civilian job at that point, but we'll see. I'm gonna try for it regardless. So I've been really bad at getting back on Discord in between streams, but I will try, because yes, there are some questions that I have. I've been trying to do most of the things myself, but we're kind of at that point. No, just make the jokes, make them. Yeah, but I need to make sure that I'm not saying things that are going to get me. Yes, for legal reasons, that's a joke. FAA, and yeah. Anything worthwhile takes time and effort. Yes, exactly. I'm not sure which part you meant that for, but if it was the stuff I was just talking about, I do get that. But yeah, like I said, I am. I'm trying for basically whatever at this point. I'm not optimistic about any of it. I'm just gonna throw my hat in the ring for this, that, the other thing, and see what happens. Like, I feel like I've said this before. My entire aviation journey has just been, yeah, seeing what happens, basically, going with the flow, and it's worked pretty well so far. So we're just gonna keep going with that. So yeah, no worries. Just a reminder. It sounds good. I've just been so like IRL focused that like I miss doing this stuff, but I'm also really, I'm not actually that great at communicating in general. So, oh, I do want that at 2200. I thought, oh, no, there we go. Sorry. So I do apologize that I'm not on, I do wish I could be on Discord more. And it's one of those things where it's like, oh, if I wanted to, I could, sort of a thing. But just like, yeah, where I am, just trying to get through that like final stretch, because currently I'm at 1370 hours. So we're on the last 2 months, so less than 130 hours. Oh, and that was the other thing. So Hell Week, I was consistently, every day, I was above 20, if not close to 30 hours within the past week. So I cranked out a lot of hours that week, and that was really nice. And if I continued on that path, I mean, it would be probably too much. But I would get done a lot faster than the 2 months. So I feel like I'm at a good spot for getting it done around the time, that actual deadline. But I've had quite a few, oh God, we're coming up to the airport again. Well, the final week is a lot barer than the previous one, so it's gonna go quick because I've had quite like, so my okay, so let's walk through. So instrument student over at Work Airport is a farmer, so they have started, they're in the field now, so he can't for a little bit. So, okay, no to that one. Inconsistent instrument student is inconsistent, haven't flown with him again. And then private student over at Work Airport is busy at work now, so that's kind of as well as she only wants the one a week because she's also flying her 150 with an instructor out of a different airport. So that's like, I did. Like a month ago, I was like stretched when it came to students. And now it's a little bit there. Okay. That's okay. That's fine, because as soon as I start adding more, they're all gonna come back, I assume, but maybe not. As well as it's at that time of year where I assumed, and maybe I shouldn't have, more people were gonna be starting to want to do stuff, especially instrument students. So both at Work Airport and Home Airport, I'm the only double I, consistent double I, more available double I. So I want to be available if those students come up, but if they don't, so we'll see about that. I've been trying to handle that. So then at Home Airport, sorry, my one private student got him to solo and he went off to basic training. So, oh, did I get there? Yeah, okay, so I had to get paid. I had to get paid. So his dad ended up contacting me and saying, hey, let me know how much he owes you and we'll get together. So met him at Home Airport and yeah, got paid for that, so that was good. And we chatted about stuff. They did end up hearing from him, and seems to be doing good at basic training, so that's good. And then, so that student gone. And that was, so I had 3 2 to 3 pretty consistent students at work airport and 3 very consistent students at home airport. So that was tight, right? So then now I'm down 1.5 for the time being at work airport, and then down 1 here. I might start taking on my inherited instrument student who passed his check ride, so now he's working on commercial. He was going and getting his complex done at a different airport, so now we were able to get some commercial maneuvers in, and he was able to go do one flight of practice with those. But it looks like I'm going to be a little bit open for that, so that should hopefully be good. And then, but I am down private student, consistent private student. Maybe going to be doing more with commercial student. And then my other private student, I've been threatening him with sending him off with the other instructor, because I had one of the checkout flights I did, he talked to me about wanting to potentially do instrument stuff. So I would have him, which would then be like back to 3-ish maybe, but then I've had, yeah. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but at the moment I don't have that instrument student. I'll keep going with private student. I want to get him through his written at least. Maybe I'll let other CFI take him for the solo, we'll see. And then I had other instrument student, or I had instrument student at home airport who he's wanted to be at least just 1 a week, which is again fine, but it's less than it was what I had been packing it in, like trying to do 2 days a week at each airport. So that's where it's kind of at, except so next week we have to start doing some. We're getting close to our airport, so let's do a little bit of heading bug. Let's go south. Oh, I'm looking at the very wrong thing. Okay, heading bug, we're gonna go south. Okay, make sure it's going the right way, doing what we want it to do. So this past week ended up being fairly bare, actually. But again, it was okay, because, and it might be okay that I'm getting a little bit bare in students, because, well, apart from the fact that I have to pay for the multi-training and flying, I would like to get more time in consistently so that I can hopefully, knock out the MEI and kind of be not done with that, but like have that and be more comfortable and ready to go for hopefully potential opportunities after that. Because so airport that I had done my initial multi at, recap, their plane got, I guess, totaled. What I heard recently is they were looking at 2 other ones to hopefully get another trainer, multi-trainer. So that would be good. However, so my initial and primary multi-trainer, and then my substitute multi-trainer, substitute trainer has his daughter who is now a multi-instructor. So potentially they might, like, she's more in with the school, so I could fly with her. I'd want to fly with my 2 other instructors, but I could also fly with her, which would be cool. But any potential multi-opportunities would probably be going in the direction of the person that is more involved at that airport, right? But doesn't hurt to ask and get more involved. So we'll see about that. So once I get my MEI, I would like to get back into contact with them, hopefully fly with them, maybe get a job flying multi with them. So we'd see about that. So yeah, so that's sort of the plan there. So I do want to get my MEI done out of the way so that I can get back into contact with them and potentially get a job. But we'll see. So that's where that's at. And then we'll see what other opportunities happen beyond that. I'll be looking and be hopefully ready. Again, that's why we're doing this, so that I can get more comfortable in the multi stuff, so that I can actually take the opportunities if they come, when they come. So there's that. So that's where that's all at. Let's continue. Logbook. It's been fun, but you gotta bounce. Sounds good. You need to get some supper so you can keep a 1900 appointment. Sounds good. Have a great night, everyone. Have a great night as well. And yes, we are. I'm trying to wrap up as well. But you know how it goes with me. So thank you for being here. Looking forward to your stuff. Hope your computer goes well and doesn't have any more problems. And yeah, hope to see you again soon. It's probably going to be end of May again. But I hope, I keep saying that, but like I'm hoping at least once I get mins that I'll be able to kind of like chill a little bit more. Or at least just not be grinding so much for them, but we'll see. But otherwise, yes. Until next time, all the good things, and have a good night. Yeah, so that's where we were at. Okay, did that. Okay, so the one I did the mock check ride with, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, so here we are. The one I did mock check ride with, the nephew of owners at Home Airport, and needed a little kick in the pants. He did contact me about doing some ground stuff, and so we was trying to figure out, I was trying to figure out, okay, like how my Hell Week was going and what we were gonna do, and then I ended up talking to, and so he has school, so he only has kind of the weekend and like Mondays to do stuff. Otherwise he could figure out the rest of the week, but it was more convenient for him for weekend to like Monday. So it was like, okay, so we could try that Saturday, or maybe just do the Monday, but if I was already going to be doing my night stuff on that Saturday, maybe I should just go do the ground there. But it worked out where he was going to go try and have a flight with his instructor, primary instructor, and potentially do some ground on that Saturday. So I was like, okay, let's try for the Monday. So I put my other students down for that. So flew with instrument student for the first time in a bit. So we decided to go do some, we hadn't done, so again, he did ATP. So he was used to low wings and G1000s. So now we were in 172, so I had to get used to that, as well as the steam gauges and GPS, whatever. So we'd been doing RNAVs for a little bit, wanted to go do some ILS, so got ourselves some cross country going to do an ILS. It was a little bit bumpy, but we went, and he handled the ILS pretty well, and we went into the mist. We planned to do it again, but we got into, monitoring my aircraft. I'm seeing this thing here, and I don't like it. Yeah, so it was a little bumpy, handled it fine, got into the hold, did another hold. I was kind of like letting him tell me when he's ready, and he lets me know that he's not feeling so great. I was like, okay, so let's get your foggles off, take foggles off, look outside, be on the controls, we'll get some air in the cockpit. We were right by the airport, we could just go ahead and land. I had to pee, so that would have been a good idea. So he's like, no, I'm gonna just like try and like deal with it and everything. So I was like, okay, I just kind of let him have his time and everything. But then it was like, okay, I do have to get back for my ground lesson with and then I was supposed to have a lesson with private student right after that, but he had to cancel because he didn't feel well. So I was like, okay, we got time. So that's why we're like, okay, let's get the cross country and do what we can. So, and also we had to get back, so I didn't want him to feel sick the whole way. So I was like, I kind of like nudged a little bit, like, you know what, it's okay, we can go ahead and land. He's like, all right, it's fine. So we went and we landed, and he did really good too. So he was also used to having cross runways, so he didn't do a lot of crosswind landings. So we've been working on that as well, and he handled it really well. Very bumpy, very crosswindy, and he did it. So we went in, I took care of my stuff, he took care of his stuff, and we just kind of chilled for a little bit until he was ready. Took back off, got back into it, landed and everything, and I did. I hope that I like handled it well and everything. Was talking to the owner afterward, and as always, he asked, "Oh, how'd it go?" and everything. And it was like, "Oh yeah, it was good." And I wasn't. I didn't want to be that. I didn't want to like shame or bring that up or anything. So it was like I just said, "Oh yeah, it was bumpy," and he handled it really well. We did the ILS really well and everything, and just kind of moved on from it. So I hope that was good. And like, yeah, I wasn't sure what he was gonna say, so I decided to just say that instead of like saying, "Oh yeah, I got sick, had to land." So that was where that was. And I got to see the inside of a cylinder. He had to take owner had to take the cylinder off. Okay, here's the thing. You see the images in like the FAQ and stuff. It doesn't prepare you for how big that sucker is. The piston. It was like this freaking big. In the images, it looks like it's gonna be like just this little boop, 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 boop. You know what I mean? And again, that's just like I see it from the outside, but I was like, oh, what is that? Just large, sort of like whatever thing that after he took like the housing off of it. Then I was like, oh my god, that's the actual piston. So that was fun. So yeah, I was like, let's turn 90 degrees. Oh, other way. So yeah, I brought instrument student over to check that out. Sort of like I always think about the FOI stuff where it's like include your students and make them, I don't know, like include them. And I did. I thought that was cool, so I wanted to show him and everything, and yeah. So that was, I don't know. I thought that was all okay. And I'll bring up where I'm at now. So he's a digital logbook student, and so he has to send me his logbook entry for me to sign it, and he didn't send it to me. So I texted him to remind him, remember to send me your log entry, and the chat popped up green, and he's an iPhone user, so like usually it's blue. So I was like, oh, it's kind of strange. And I didn't hear from him, and I didn't hear from him, and so then I was trying to get my schedule for this coming week set, so I texted him again on Friday, to say, hey, remember to send me your logbook, and looking at this day next week. Still green, and I still haven't heard from him. So I don't know where that is at this point. I hope that I didn't do something, or like the like sick situation was an issue for him, or I don't know. So yeah, we'll see what happens, I guess. So that might be a student down. We'll see. So that was where that was, and then had ground with nephew at home airport. Not my nephew, home airport nephew. Whatever. I'm so bad at labels or whatever. So Yeah, he had gone over apparently all the ACS stuff, or a bunch of ACS stuff, really dug deep into that with his primary instructor, so we just focused on the navigation. When I talked to his primary instructor, he made it seem like, and he thought it seemed like, the examiner was going to have him use the whiz wheel. And I was like, okay, that's... Sure, I do. Like, I've used the whiz wheel and everything, but I felt like that was a little bit far to be, like... That was a little bit too much for me to be requiring the whiz wheel rather than a digital E6B. I don't know, but if examiner gets it what examiner wants, I guess maybe. As well as potentially that examiner is going to expect no GPS, straight navigate, pilotage, dead reckoning, which, okay, that's fine. As long as we're aware of that and students aware of that and practice it and does it right. So we did. We went all the way through all of the navigation stuff, and I hope that I was helpful with it. He got himself a new digital E6B, so we worked with that, and it was a different one than I used, so there was a little bit of a learning curve there, swapping between, like, converting between units and stuff like that. I pulled up my actual, like, navigation and flight planning lesson plan and kind of, like, did a, like, basic overview of all the things, as well as then went a little bit deeper into some of the slides to actually use the stuff. So we did. We went through that, worked on calculations, and I hope it was good. And then I don't think we might have gone over airspace as well a little bit. But we did. We primarily did, like, the nav stuff, and he said it helped. Hope it did. And that was okay. So, then was supposed to have a lesson with private student at work airport, and that was it, because, again, consistent instrument student couldn't, and inconsistent instrument student couldn't. So we worked on, that was a really good lesson. We had a very light and not too, it didn't go into the tailwind, really, crosswind. So we just hammered the takeoffs and landings, and it did, there's just certain things where it's weird. I'm gonna start making us go north again, I think. As a CFI, I try to be really, I don't want to let them get into bad habits, but at the same time, there's certain things where it's like, I've said certain things multiple times, and there's so many other things that we have to go over, so some things it's just like, I'm just gonna leave. I can't be correcting it every time, because it's like, oh, like, maybe it's just a me thing. Is it really necessary for them to be doing that or not doing that or whatever? The like, safety things and everything, sure, but other times it's just like, I don't know. It's a weird position to be in. But yeah, it was so, like, the first couple times around, we hadn't flown in a while, so there was a little rust to kind of get off, but there were just certain things where it's like, I feel like we've gone over this, I feel like we've gone over this, I feel like we've gone over this. But then once we did, like, a couple around, it locked a lot more into place. I was able to say, like, nothing. Approaches got a lot better. Biggest things was making sure that nose is where it needs to be. On the climb out, do not let that nose get too high. On the descent, do not let that nose get too high, especially on those turns. And then there's that little hitch where, okay, what's your speed doing? What's your nose doing? What do you need to do? Like, I think she'll glance at the speed and know she needs to do something with it and do the wrong way. Like, pull it back when she needs to push it forward. So it got to a point where I was able to, like, I don't want to put us in a dangerous I don't want us in a dangerous situation, but I also need to let that learning happen. So I'm watching the speed and making sure, like, any stall indications, whatever, but, like, I'll see her notice the speed, start putting the yoke, go like that. She'll notice that the speed starts going down, and then she'll put it forward. So like letting that learning happen, I think, was really good. But it's a very interesting, yeah. As a pilot, it's not a place you want to be in, but as an instructor, yeah, letting that stuff happen, because they do, like, the brain needs to, like, click that stuff. So anyway, but yeah, there were various things like that where it was just like, instead of me like like I did and I have noticed that maybe this works and is okay. The first how many times I do stuff, I'm like, okay, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this, do this. And then when they go around, I try not to say anything, but then as they're doing stuff, I correct. And then as it goes around a couple more times, I just stop, and then the stuff clicks. Maybe not as fast or efficient as it needs to be at some point, but for the time being, the learning is happening. So I've noticed that a little bit with different students, so I'm hoping that that's good. And it did. Approaches got really good, and then we got into the landings. The first one wasn't so great. So it was like the approach was really good, but then, okay, now we got to work on the landing. Next one we did, approach was good again, and the landing was very close. So that was a good one to like be like, yeah, that was, and I think it was all her too. So it was a good one to end on, and it was a good lesson for her, and yeah, it was good all around. So yeah, so that was that. Worked on radio ups as well. And that was one of the things is she'll say taking off, and I have said this. We've gone over this. You don't say taking off, you say departing. And she'll still do it, and it's like I can't correct all of the time because there's other stuff that I need to be prioritizing. So again, balancing act. But it could be one of those picky things for now, and at some point it'll get better. So I don't know what I just did. Shoot. I'll go like that, see what happens. Oh gosh, what did I do? There we go. Okay. Okay, so then, yeah, that's fine. Didn't need to do anything with that. So yeah, so then I was working on that. Yeah, that was it. That was pretty much it. Except for I was working on apps and other things, my own stuff. Oh, and then the 150 was coming up on its 100 hours. That was fun. And then I had a multi-lesson, and the plan was for that to get me to a point, get me comfortable to go out and fly the plane solo. Still wanted to get my cross-country hours in, so we did a cross-country at first. Had some, so first we went over a bunch of stuff on the way there. Started like trying to work on some rule of thumb sort of things. I'll actually like look at what those were. I wrote them down. 15 and 5. So 1500 at 1500 feet AGL, you should be 5 miles, or at 5 miles out, you should be about 1500 feet AGL. So then at 3 miles out, you should be 900 feet AGL. At 1 mile out, you should be 300 feet AGL. Things like that. It seems very low, actually. Now that maybe not. I don't know. It was math in the plane is hard. And then he also mentioned 15, 10, and 5, which he learned flying the Pilatus from somebody else. 15, 10, and 5, always be thinking ahead, which I kind of do already, but like locking it into like a specific thing was good. So at 15 miles out, be thinking about what you're going to be doing at 10. At 5, same thing. Going ahead, going forward. Your ground speed, divide 2, add 0 is your ground speed to your rate of descent. So whatever your ground speed is, let's say 140, divide by 2, and add a 0, so 70 plus 0, or add a 0 to it, 700 feet should be your rate of descent for that ground speed. For, I assume like a 3-degree glide slope-ish. I don't know, actually, I don't remember. 0.1, actual. So yeah, those were a couple of, and we were trying to make that work. And then, yeah, ended up doing other stuff, and then there was traffic, so we were looking for that, and yeah, landed it, took off again, had a good climb rate, which was good, because there would have been issue with another person coming into the downwind, but anyway, that was neither here nor there. And then on the way back, I got some flight school tea that I will not go into, but that was not what I was expecting to get during that flight, but it was good to be aware of, because it did, we had a good conversation about like professionalism in our line of work as instructors and things like that. So yeah, keeping those things in mind, and I was completely on the same side and everything with all that, but it was just, I have not had issues with potential unprofessionalism on the side of coworkers or students. So that's good, that's nice, but it's also good to be potentially aware of. So, on that note, we'll move on from that. Came back and pounded the pattern a couple times, trying to get me good to where I would feel comfortable, get all the pitch and power settings management in for that approach, for the pattern, and then being able to do that stuff for the approach. So I kind of tried to do that here, and I think that really did help, really getting that power back when I need to, not being descending when I'm getting the power back, because obviously I'm not going to be able to get it slower when I'm descending, so that stability is important. So yeah, it was overall it was really good. It was a little bit frustrating trying to like not feeling like I was as comfortable as I am used to being in the single engines, which obviously clearly happens, but it was good, and he felt good about letting me go out and do stuff on my own. So I thought about it. I was gonna take it and go do some more patterns, but we got on the ground and I was waiting for him to do something. He had to take a call, and I was like, you know what? I'm feeling a little tuckered out, so I'm gonna leave it for now, and I'll plan for next week. So my plan is to get 2. He's not gonna be around for lessons, so I'm gonna try for a couple of lessons. A couple of solo flights in the multiplane next week. Fist bumps, yes. What do you mean speak up? You don't need to make them speak up. It's okay if they're lurking. But yes, I hope you guys are enjoying. Hope you guys are enjoying the yappings. So yeah, so that's the plan for multi this coming week, and I have one to 2 actually scheduled lessons this week. So yeah, and that was the thing. So what happened, how do I put this? So again, tentative people over here, instrument student can't. I have to talk to him though, let him know that actually maybe I did. I might have already done that. Okay. So yeah, so it is. It's on one hand, so I soft fired one of my students for being inconsistent because it was like I needed like trying to arrange around her, and she'd only have like the one time that would work, and then some weeks it would work and some weeks it wouldn't, and then some weeks it would like, oh, stuff happened and couldn't do it, and then I had arranged around that, so then I'd have an open spot. And like she's got to get her written done because I can't solo her, so at this point we're like not really doing a whole lot. Like we could just keep working on stuff, but at the same time having to arrange around this one person and then it not working out, it was just not so soft fire that. Was like, get your written done and like get back to me. So I would almost, hello, oh no, oh my god, really? You're making me do that while I'm, yeah, oh god, I forgot I had those. God damn it. Oh my god. Have I ever actually done Stitch voice on the stream yet? I should have made that a lot more expensive. Frick. There's a specific reason you're asking. Oh my god, okay. Oh god. That's the specific reason. I get you. Okay. Ah, I haven't done this in a while. Hang on. Oh god, we have to turn as well. Oh god, I'm so embarrassed. Versus. We're going to turn. Can you hear me? Stitch first time. Yes. So it can't be as theatrical with the Stitch first. And there I'm starting to sound like God, so bad. Sorry. Okay. We're going to turn our plan. Heading. I always get into like a weird accent with the Stitch voice. Because I'm trying to say stuff more theatrically and then it doesn't work. Ugh. So we're going to turn to the west. Turn into the west, and we're gonna check our heading back, and we're gonna head into the clouds. No punch back. And then I'm gonna start yapping about the rest of my route. So, Earth. Into the sunset. See, I'm imagining Stitch in his little. God, it gets so bad. I'm imagining him in his little alien cruiser. That's what I want. I'll go a little bit longer since I went out of character. So, I don't remember where I was in my story. So we have, so I fired that student, haven't gotten paid, that's fine. So, okay, I can't. Time restarts my break character. I continue doing a little bit. I continue doing over the minute for a little bit. I tried. I'll go, okay, fine. I'll go a little bit longer. I'll try to finish this story. Oh god, hang on. Sorry, track IR. Track IR needs to... Sorry. There, that should work. Okay. I soft-fired one student for being inconsistent. So, if this other instrument student hadn't been so... See, you know the thing that makes it tricky? Is because talking like a normal person in that accent, like saying normal words in that accent, makes it really tricky. So I need to get better about having the right semantics with it as well as the accent. I apologize. Usually I would like look back and see and like laugh at myself, but that one I think is just gonna be cringy. Oh my god. Thank you for that. So yeah, so I've soft fired a student before for being inconsistent, and I absolutely would him too. But he's very involved in the airport and everything, as well as I did figure out I could slot him in, and if he did, like usual, say, like, have some reason he couldn't make it, I could just work on my stuff in the interim between my other two students. But it, as well as, like, if I could, like, it's another part of my paycheck if I can get in the plane with him, but that's the thing, is actually getting in the plane with him. So, yeah, we'll see. So, hello, quality entertainment. Yeah, I hope so. I apologize. I tried so hard, and I did. I completely forgot that it frickin' had that. But now it'll take you time to like build up those points again. So that's good for me. But yes, hello, Moose Heart, better Moose Heart. Good to see you. I appreciate you being here. Hope you're well. Yeah. Ooh, 0.1 hours. Woo! Actual. Yes, missed the Stitch voice, which is good. It was terrible. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I tried very hard. But like I said, speaking in that accent without having like the words, how he would actually talk, word-wise, it makes it hard. So I'm sorry. But yes, we're almost done. Yeah, so, inconsistent. Oh my god, look at those guys. Even when it gets stressful. I mean, I was gonna say still the best job in the world. I'm sure that there are other piloting jobs that would be the best piloting job in the world, but I do still enjoy my job. Yeah, so. Yeah, so so I did. Just because of like the inconsistency and getting stuff on the books and then having to cancel and stuff like that, I would fire that person as well. However, first thing, freaking Boston voice. God damn it! Well, the Boston I can do a lot better, so I'll try and do that one as I'm yapping, alright? And you know what? I'm gonna talk about not getting paid, so that's gonna be perfect for the Boston accent. Get into that mafia, right? Let me get my timer up. So you got a little bit of extra, alright? So, not getting paid. So, my student that I saw fired, she hasn't paid me yet. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get paid because I don't see her. I sent her a thing with my address on it so that, wink wink, nudge nudge, mail me a check, nothing. So, we'll see what happens there. So then, inconsistent instrument student is 2 months past on his payment. He didn't pay me the last time when we actually got together for his BFR. And, I did it through the Wings program. So that was the first time I ever did that through the Wings program. So he was supposed to, we got it all done. I put it in his logbook, and then he had to send me it through the Wings program. So I had to actually like mark off or accept his request that he got the Wings credits. So we did that, all good, done. So he still has to pay me too. He hasn't been bad about paying except for the fact that I never frickin' see him. So we'll see. He actually has to come by at some point so that he can pay me. Okay, Boston voice is over. That was actually kind of perfect time. I hope that made up for my my subpar Stitch voice. So yes. So then the other thing is again, my student at home airport now, my instrument student at home airport. I don't know. I'm gonna try not to overthink it yet, but he hasn't gotten back to me. He hasn't texted me back or anything, and so if he just is not coming anymore, he still hasn't paid me. Either he's never been bad about paying, but I assume he'd have to come back at some point, but we'll see. So that's where I'm at. So like three separate, like, I gotta get paid. We'll see. Yeah. So there's that. So it is. It's pretty bare for the next week. So I do. I should have. So, and I did. I left it a little longer than I should have, but I wasn't sure how my stuff was going to work out. So I wanted to get two solo multi-flights in this next week, and the schedule wasn't good on the one day that I thought I was going to go. So I was like, I was already looking at this day for being at work airport. So I'm going to potentially adjust that, and yeah. So I'm a little bit, I have my multi-flight scheduled, so now I got to slot in inconsistent instrument student. And that's the thing. All I have right now is inconsistent instrument student for this week, for now, at work airport. So it's like, I don't want to lose an opportunity to go actually get hours and get my solo multi-time in if he's gonna frickin' cancel on me. So I think I got it worked out where it will be fine, but we'll see. Yeah. So that's gonna be okay, I think. So yeah, so there's that. And then home airport, again, so I have my one student. I have a text in with the owner to get him down at least. Haven't heard from instrument student. Sorry, did I say private student? Private student is down. I have a text in to get him down. Instrument student, haven't heard back from. And then commercial student, I saw him. He was down to fly after I had some lessons, and then I hung around and was, I did GPS updates and was bugging the owner about, system stuff and what he was doing and all this other stuff. Oh my god, redeem OMG voice if you got the points. Come on, 3 in a row. We'll see, I guess. Well, we're gonna turn to the south. We're almost done, I promise. So yes, I did. I got done with my multi-flight on Friday, and I did. I got to talk to. Sorry, hang on. So, was able to see potential commercial student now before his flight, and he texted me, was wondering about some stuff, and we talked back and forth. He had heard I was leaving soon, and I was like, where did that come from? I'm assuming not. Maybe things will move faster, but I don't think so. I'm getting to Min, so maybe that was the whole thing. But yeah. So then I was like, okay, not to get your hopes up, because especially I'm bleeding students now. So maybe I will actually have time to do stuff with him. So he's like, yeah, that would be great. And so after I did, I left things longer than I should have. Oh, we're about to get another 0.1 hours. Woo! Excellent. Oh, we came out, and now we're going back in. That's another 0.1. There it is. So yeah, so that was, yeah, so after my multi-flight, I was texting people, and so the airline pilot I was supposed to check out at home airport, he hasn't flown small aircraft for 4 years, but he's like, oh, it shouldn't take long for me to shake the rust off, because he had instructed his son 4 years ago in a 150 at a different airport. But I was like, okay, maybe I'm too much of a maybe I'm too much of a hard ass in some ways. But I was like, you know what? I want you to go through the wings thing just to cover me as well as the airport and the plane and whatever. And then he came back with, because he was trying to get in that week because his schedule changed, and so he had time, and I was gonna try and this was during my hell week, so I was gonna try and slot him in, but then he came back with, oh, he got in with the other instructor, and so if that doesn't work out, he'll get back to me. So I was like, okay, fine, you know what, whatever, that's fine. Because I've heard things where yes, airline pilots, they know the airline stuff, but you get back into the small planes and there's stuff. So whatever, it's out of my hands, it's fine. So we'll see how that goes. Apparently they got it in, so it was good. So I don't have to, he had wanted a tentative date this week, so I don't have to worry about that. But again, it's another flight that I won't do, but that's fine. So that was another one I was going to be working around, but that's off table, so we're good. Where was I going with that? So it did. I was super freaking busy for how many freaking months. So I was trying to like not take on too much stuff, and now I'm hurting for it a little bit. But like I said, we're making the most of it. We'll see what happens over the next couple weeks. I have other stuff that I could potentially do, so I'm just gonna let it ride. So yeah, so that's where we're at. I think. Did I? Yeah. I think I said everything I needed to. Oh, you don't see me on multiplayer. I should be. Oh, sorry. I'm on East USA, and we're going to for Oscar 4. I am in 2020. Yes, you're gonna surprise me with the rotor. I'll act surprised. How's that sound? Yes, 2020. God dang it! I saw it. I was actually gonna surprise you once you popped up with your rotor. I was gonna be like, oh my god. But since we're doing the OMG voice in general, thank you, Mustafa. I guess it won't be surprising when I go, oh my god. How far up can your rotorcraft go? Say again the destination ICAO. It is 4 Oscar 4. 404 airport not found. So I am trying to figure out how to put it into my chat. I haven't even started I'm getting into the Boston voice, sorry. I haven't even, oh my god. I haven't even started my timer yet, so you're getting extra, you're welcome. That's our ICAO code. I'm gonna try to pin it. Where is it? Manually at the end of stream. People are gonna come in and they're gonna see 404 and they're gonna think there's something wrong. Sorry. So, we are going, I don't know what we're gonna, I keep going Boston, sorry. Oh my god. We are gonna get below the clouds and then we're gonna do, not pattern work. Oh my god. I'm sorry, I haven't even started the timer, so you're welcome. Once I get properly into my OMG voice, I'll actually start the timer. Oh my god. It's fantastic! Oh my god! Yes, thank you, Mustafa. So, yeah, and I'm trying so hard. I gotta think lattes and doing my nails and all that kind of thing, because otherwise I go full mafia, and nobody wants white girl mafia. So I'm starting the timer. Oh my god, I'm starting. Oh my god. I have to keep saying oh my god to get back into the accent, so that's why I keep saying it, but I guess that's what you asked for. So I have to figure out how we're gonna get down. How are we gonna get down here? Boston white girl. So I want to get below the clouds. How are we gonna do that? We could try. You know what? We'll let the autopilot bring us in for an approach. That's what we're gonna do, and then we'll break off, and then we're gonna do just a normal pattern. I love that idea. That's perfect. So we're gonna go to our procedures. We're gonna select the approach. We're gonna do. Oh my god, I don't even know. We could check the weather. I think part of my issue with this voice is because I am trying to do like the Boston at the same time, but they have entirely different like vocal things. So I I can say my R's in the OMG voice, and I can't do that in the Boston voice. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm struggling. Is that good? Was that good? You love how I look up in the air when I do this. I go full like hand motions and everything. So I hope that was theatrically entertaining for you. You can smell the pumpkin spice latte on my glare shield. Well, I'm glad. Yeah. So, we'll go here. Actually, sorry, hang on. We're gonna check the weather. 110. So that's gonna be. Oh, and that was time. So I hope that was sufficient. 02. That is completely crosswind. So, I really don't care where we go, but I probably should. And I do it like I assume you could hear me struggling there, keeping on slipping into the freaking Boston, and it is. It's because I can say things differently than I can in those voices. In each voice, I should say. That's what we're doing. Okay. So we're gonna head to Pivy. We are gonna head to Pivy. We're gonna get it started. Enter. Boom. Go ahead, activate it. And nav. There we go. Getting started, coming back down. Are you kidding me? Now you need the British voice, and now I'm gonna go full white girl, mafia British, and that's gonna be all sorts of confused. It's already not going to be good because I'm not actually good at the accent. Hang on, I'll start the timer once I get us going down in the aircraft. Hang on. What? 2,500 is what we need. So, there we go. We're going to go downward. Hang on. Altitude. Going down 800 feet a minute. That should work. We're on our way. Our GPS is set. We're proper. We're getting into the clouds. Let us go. There we go. Beautiful. Oh, we're not getting into the clouds. We're getting into fluff. God. We're getting with the British voice. If you got nice. There we go. Crowdfunding. Oh, sorry. I'm still. Oh, I haven't started the timer yet, so it's okay if I broke character for a second. All right. So we are descending for the approach, and I don't think I have anything else to talk about. So we're just going to talk about the approach, and we're going to talk about what we're going to do on the ground. So 1 minute. We're flying the approach. Kind of, not really. So we're going to Pivy. It's going to take us directly to our Ruvok for our intermediate fix. And then it's going to start taking us downward. Oh, look at that. We see a little bit of white in our airplane. Pip, pip, and cheerio. So bad. So, and then it's going to take us, once we get down below the clouds, we're going to break off. Oh, shoot. Oh, that was very much a silly. Hang on. Oh, well, so, it's a perfect crosswind. So it is okay that we're going in for the approach on the one way, and we're going to have to get into the downwind for the opposite approach. And we're going to go over the multi-engine pitch and power management things for the actual pattern, because it's similar but slightly different for the pattern versus the approach, obviously. But I just wanted to point that out there because I had trouble. I was going over it with my MEI instructor, and in the air at least, my brain was not comprehending how the two coincided. So there we go. There's your minute of the British voice. You got them all. Oh God, I want to say you got them all in, but now I'm scared. What else do I have in there? Pip Pip. I hope so. Yes. Oh my God. Another nickname for him. He can be Pip Pip. That would be adorable. So, I am an embarrassment. Thank you for making me so, or bringing that out in me. So, yes, we're coming to our initial approach fix. Then we're going to the intermediate fix. And then it's going to take us down, down, down. We're going to break off the approach, and we're going to circle to land, but we're just going to do a normal pattern. And so we did. I will go over a little bit more. We came. It was one of the big things for like getting faster aircraft or in general just starting flying is things happen so fast, and you get more efficient with it, but it takes time, obviously. But the faster things happen, the more efficient you have to be, the more you have to think ahead. And so it did. For some reason, I was, and I'm sure I still will, I was having the same issues that my students have, normal, like private students, instrument students, whatever, that they have, as well as ones that I've had before prior in my training. Because there's a lot of new stuff. But one of the big things was really getting used to, first. I brought this up with MEI instructor, and you guys have seen it on here. I could not get the thing down to a proper speed. I had throttles like all the way freaking back, but we were still, I could probably bring the throttles back a little bit more. Let's bring it back. We're coming up 1,000 feet from our altitude. You do rather enjoy the British accent, you lady. My lady. That was weird. It reminds you of that Holmes chap of which I read. Yes, we still need to get back to that. I am not liking whatever sound I'm hearing. What sound am I hearing? Hang on. Let me just double check all of my stuff. So we got enough fuel, that's good. We're LPV, that's good. We're green, that's good. Is it just rain or something? It is rain, okay. I don't fly in rain. Sorry. See, and now that you've given me all those freaking accents, I'm gonna start just slipping into them, just because that's what I do. So, look at, I'm excited now that it's getting warmer to actually get more actual again. So, and I bet my students are as well, especially commercial student, because he was. I inherited him as an instrument student and wanted to get him actual, but at the time, the aircraft wasn't ready for it. It didn't have the stuff it needed. Okay, so we're coming on our final approach fix. It says that we're gonna pop out at 1,300 AGL, so that should be good. That's gonna be, I should probably check that. 472, 1,300, 1,700, 1,800. So looking for that 1,800 once we get on that glide path, and we should hopefully pop out. 1,000 feet is gonna be about 1,500 for our pattern. Okay, we'll go with all that. Hopefully I did all that math correctly. But yes, I do. I want to get back to that. I don't even remember what story we were on, and I have been trying to be better about reading. I've talked about this. Last year, I read 0 normal books. All of my stuff was textbooks, and then a Christmas Carol. We got saved by a Christmas Carol, our yearly Christmas Carol reading. But I did. I started a book. I did a and it's I started a book, and I keep it in my purse for hopefully when I have time and I'm out and about, and whenever I have time and I'm out and about, I end up doing MEI study or like do something for my students, like prepare for a private mock check ride again and look at commercial stuff again, and yeah, all of that stuff. So that I'm like halfway through that. I should be done with it by now, but it is what it is. I did read through a nice devotional for Easter, C.S. Lewis devotional. That was nice. That kept me on track for actually finishing something. I also have a book of poems by the Bronte sisters in my my phone book app, but I haven't cracked that open in a while either. So we're kind of back on track-ish to not read anything normal or fictional or whatever creative this year again, but we're gonna get there. And then we do need to get back to Sherlock Holmes at some point as well. But yes, no, I think so. It was so, and that's it. So the Boston, no, okay. So Stitch voice was the first voice I ever did. I did that. I figured that out when I was younger. And then the Boston voice was, I did that for a 24-hour play festival when I got into college. And that was quick, trying to learn an accent. And then I learned the British accent, or tried to learn the British accent for a play I ended up being in. And then the OMG voice that just kind of comes natural. So yeah, so anyway. I need to try and do a British Boston Stitch voice. Oh my god. Well, there's a British Stitch. But it's also gonna be mafia. I don't know what came out of my mouth, but I feel like that wasn't oh god. Get in character. It's an alien with British and Boston parents, so it's gonna come out not right at all. You think I need to try, or what? I need to do something Stitch says. Oh, okay, Ohana, obviously. British Boston, Ohana means, it's not. Ohana means family. They use different parts of the mouth and tongue and things. I can't do it. British is up here. Boston is kind of down here. And Stitch is, I don't know, that's like just a British and Boston is down here. And so Stitch said something like Ohana means, I'm sorry, but it's fun to watch me try. You know, that's like those Instagrams, those reels and those memes where it's like, oh, turn your face sideways and like squint, and then they take a picture of it. Ha, you look silly. I see how it is. I see how it is. You're welcome. Well, on that note, I didn't arm the approach. We overflew the airport because I didn't arm the approach and we didn't start descending. Yeah, I am aware I don't have the freaking gear down. Good thing we're VFR. 1,300 feet is what we're looking for. That's not the airport we're looking for. I'm aware, thank you. So that's yelling at me that I don't have the, oops, I have to keep going. Hang on, turning, whee! This is what we don't do. Oh, I might not actually be able to do this. We'll see. Hang on. Oh. Okay. Autopilot off again. I'm so mad. See, I don't use autopilot. So I forgot to do the thing that I'm supposed to do the autopilot with. Powering up a little bit. We're gonna climb back up to 13. We're heading towards the airport, according to ForeFlight. This is not what we do in real life, like I said. I might have to make it, what's it called? Clear. ay, ay. Not my first rodeo. And then you told me what? Oh God, we would overfly the airport. I was even all freaking set up and everything. Oops. And I didn't press the one freaking button, and that's why we have, oops, various $500 buttons, I guess. Oh, all right, back on the instruments. Again, this is not what actual instrument flying is, but you're getting to watch me actually control an aircraft in instruments. Using an what's it called? All right. So the airport is supposed to be right frickin' here. Oh, no, we got a little bit of time. Hang on. A little bit of space. So maybe it'll pop out as we get closer to it. But if not, I'm gonna have to just turn this off and go in normal like. Nope. Should be coming up on it if we were to maintain our altitude, but it's not looking like we will. So I'm probably gonna have to pause, get the weather off. So probably a little bit much of a descent. Airport's supposed to be around there, so. Oh, there it is. All right, so there's the airport. Okay, well I can't do that. I was gonna try. Hang on. I was gonna try and do it like this, but I can't do that if my track IR is gonna do that. So we're gonna clear it. Do our 299er2, 299er78. We'll at least do the proper pressure. Oh! Oh my God! Oh my God! Hello. And I just surprised you by, 78, wasn't it? By stopping in midair. There's a headwind, you see. Oh my God, or I can just type it in, I guess. And I don't know what the winds and stuff are, so we're gonna go with it. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna quick read chat, and then we're gonna lock in for the pattern and land, and then I gotta be done. I gotta go eat stuff. I think I did. I took a. Let me just. Is everything working? You guys haven't said anything about things not working, so I'm assuming that they're working. Oh, and I get to, while I'm here, I get to say, yes, I did all the things you asked me to do. Complete. Ha! I tried anyway. Okay, so we're good there. I'm so one freaking button. Not the droids we're looking for either. Still can't find you. You did find me. Make it clear I have a GPS. I know, but I want to do the pattern because I want to. I was just gonna say I want to show my new skills of actually landing it in the pattern, and then I went and did that crap. So, but yes, you are correct. I have a GPS and should have used it. Could have used it. Was gonna say you could guide me into the runway. Yeah, that was about almost an option as well. So it did though. The weather. I'm just gonna quick look at this and then we'll. Oh frick. What is it at? What does it actually say? It says 6 statute miles with mist, broken at 1400. That should be above the ground. And so we should have enough room to be at 1,000 feet. We're not going to talk about VFR stuff for today. To be at 1,000 feet and do the pattern. because 1,400 plus the touchdown zone elevation would have been 1,800. 14. So, sorry, touchdown zone elevation, we're gonna round it up 500. 1,400. At that point, we're gonna round it down. So about 1,800, we'll say. 1,800, and so we would need 1,000 feet. So 1,500 is where we could have been. We were down at 1,300 feet. Why were we down at 1,300 feet? I did my math wrong. Yeah, we should have been well out according to the METAR, but that's why we don't always trust our weather. All right, chat, did we pan? I mean, hello, by the way, how's it going? Hello? I see you, and I'm just hovering. I'm hovering here just like you are. Ha 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 ha. I don't even need rotors to do it. Yay! Oh god. That was like a trippy illusion because I thought I was tipping. Okay, anyway, sorry. That was I mean, I control the aircraft and everything, but that probably would have been like gone straight to Mayday in most instances. So anyway, we're gonna get up to 1,500. I am gonna do a circle. I'm gonna get myself where I need to be, and we're gonna lock this in, land it right, and go. Yeah, okay, so what am I doing? I have to unpause. All right. We're gonna turn around. 1,500, that's where I wanna be. We're gonna use our trim. Oops, that's probably a bit far. So pretty. I'm gonna head out back that way. Trim! There we go. I learned how to use the trim last time, or the time before that, so, I mean, I knew how, I just didn't use it correctly. It needs so much more than I expect it to, the trim. Oops. Oh. Almost got a different kind of language out of me. All right, we're gonna get back in. We're gonna bring ourselves in to a 45 degree. Okay, dance on my rudders, locking in. Why? Okay, the trim is not moving at all. No, it's maybe because I'm using the wrong button. Amazing. Know your equipment. Keep telling my students that, and then there's me pressing all the wrong buttons. Straight to Mayday, pretty much. Hey, inadvertent flight into IMC, especially when you're not trained. Absolutely. Glad to see still kicking it. Still kicking it. Try it. I don't know about that. Kicking my own ass is what it's like. 737 MAX 9 incoming. Where'd you go? Am I throwing you off? Ha ha ha! You can't catch me. I am large, and I mean I am pretty. Where? Oops! Oh God! Hang on. I shouldn't be doing that. Oh, there we go. Okay. What am I doing? 1,500. Good. Yes, 15. Oh, hey! Oh, okay. All right, locking in. Sorry. Yes, I am movable. Yes, I am large. Yes, I have 2 engines, and I am heavy, but I can move it. It's getting to that time. All right, so slightly descending, and you know what else we're gonna do? We're thinking ahead. Documents. Not that. Not that. Documents. Okay. Gumps, fuel pumps are going on. Lights, 2. Taxi, oh God. Freaking taxi doesn't work. Stereo, there we go. Coming this way. Up at 2,000, I don't want that. I want us descending a little bit more. Mixture is gonna come rich. Heater set to fan, throttle to 17 inches. We're coming up on it, so we're gonna go down 2,000. Our first notch of flaps can go in. This is not how I do it in. Oh God. In the plane that I usually fly. Frick. So we're gonna throw the flaps in. We're gonna go full 15. It's supposed to be doing stuff normal. Oh, wrong one. Okay. There it is. All right. We are high, so we're gonna power it back even more. Oh, other thing. Props are going forward to increase drag. I'm aware, thank you. We're below, so we're gonna put our gear down. That was the right button, right? No, it wasn't. That's the right button. We're gonna maintain. 3 green's good. We're gonna turn. We're still high. That's okay. We'll bring it back. Once we have it made, we probably don't need to descend that quickly, especially in the pattern. Getting a little bit low now. Power's coming up a little bit. Okay. 500, that's okay. Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Good, doing that. Trimming, power, mixtures, props, autopilot, got our boost pumps on. Flaps, we're gonna put in once we turn, maintaining blue line. We overshot that stuff, but yeah. That should be a go around. But what we do in the sim is not what we do in real life. Okay, so we got it made. We're gonna throw the rest of our flaps in. That'll help us come down a bit more. At our blue line, that's good. Hey. Yeah, I'm landing first. I should have made my calls, I guess, but I'm at a lower altitude. Oh, dance on those rudders. Flare better. That was okay-ish. Oh God, rudder is okay, kind of. Oh God, oops. It wasn't as bad as it has been. But, I God dang, stupid frickin', I had my, sorry, my rudder was blocked. Blocked rudder. Yeah. So I did, as much as it seemed. Hello. Oh God. Sorry, hang on. I'll clear the runway like a normal person. NC Gator 424, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I'm glad that one went weller than it has in the past. So I did. As there's part of me. Hello. Oh. Just a couple of bros. Boom! What up? Boom! It's a standoff. I can't get you, cause I can't. Nailed it! I want to make a joke, but I can't because I'm a lady. I feel like you could figure out the joke. Oh, okay. Sorry. Coming. I'm gonna do the right things. We stopped. Let's say we made our call. We're clear of the runway. Let's do our checklist after landing and fully stopped. Our flaps are going up. Hey, whoa! That was unsettling. Flaps are all the way up. Did I already press those up or did I not put them? We must have because we came in at a decent speed. So, radio calls, lights. We'll turn off the strobes. strobe there. Landing light off. We'll put the taxi light on. Mixture at those 4s. And our boost pumps can go off. Boom! Boom! We did some of the things right today. So yes, so there. Coming back. We ain't no Cessna 172. We're slightly larger Cessna. Twin Cessna 310. Wish chat could see my alt going up and down on your Oh no! What was that beep? Okay, so the beep, the beep was, I had my throttles back to a point where it yells at you if you have your throttles back too far and don't have your gear down. So, nice. Although I feel like that's not supposed, are you doing that intentionally? Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. It appears you were doing that intentionally. Nice. I'm spinning. So yes, it was yelling at me because I was trying to get my speed down a bit more, but I didn't have my gear down. So it was yelling at me to be like, don't do a gear up landing. And so, yeah, that's what that was. Chad, hold you. Ah! We made it though. We did. So I will say, I as much as it may not seem like a thunk. As much as it may not seem like it here, I am actually very much of a perfectionist in real life. So it frustrates me a little bit, and it frustrated me a little bit when I was doing my lesson, but it went okay. That I am not as precise on everything and super comfortable exactly with things in the multi yet that I am in my single engines that I always fly all the time. But I feel so much better actually like getting it to where I want it to be and being better about, being at those safe speeds, like over VMC, and maintaining like above blue or just a little under blue on like the approach and stuff like that, and doing the things where I need it to be. So it's not perfect yet, but just needs those hours. So that's what I'm gonna do more in the sim. I've been meaning to do more outside of the stream just to practice the stuff. I haven't actually done as much as I would have liked, but then also getting that IRL stuff in to get my hours in, as well as just get actually more comfortable in the actual aircraft. So that's where we're at. I'm gonna start taxiing in a little bit, so if I run into you, it's not my fault, because I warned you. Should know you always do everything quite intentionally in your road. I figured, but like, I did, for the guard stuff, I did actually read up on the, well, thank you. I did like read up on, not that it means anything, I don't actually know anything, but reading up on all the stuff for it, it was absolutely fascinating. Boom, yes, that, oh god, tail rotor, that's what it is. And then it does the thing, and it makes sure that you don't start spinning unintentionally. So yeah, that's a thing that I learned. I know the very basic, I want to go outside so that, I thought maybe that it would look like I was the helicopter. But you were too far away, unfortunately. I'm going too fast. Ah! Maybe once I'm stopped, I can look like a helicopter. Nothing to worry about. No one here except us helicopters. Whee! Oops. Make sure my, what are they called? Rudders are where we want them, and then we're gonna wha-bam! Haha! Cookie whipped. I'm gonna taxi forward a little bit, actually. Alright. There. Sorry. I made a different decision than I had before. Alright, so we did the things. We're gonna get all the stuff done. I'll go back to chat, and then I'll be heading out. So, shut down. Avionics go off. And then, do I get to look like a helicopter? Hint, hint. Make me look like a helicopter. I need it. I need it. Avionics. That's the master. Avionics are here. Yes, it is. It's over here. Pitohi. Why is it? Oh, because I pressed the button. Avion. Here it comes. I'm a helicopter. But now I can't see my buttons. I'm a helicopter. But my rotor's the wrong direction. Psst. My tail rotor's the wrong direction. I'm backwards. Okay, sorry. And yeah, there was a second before I turned base where I was up and down by about 300 feet. No, I wasn't. That was amazing. I whipped a cookie, you whipped a cookie, and your cookie was probably better than mine because it was in a helicopter. Nice! Oh my god. The precision. Yay! Ain't nobody here but us helicopters. There, I'll go like that. You gotta get your tail over. Nailed her with the tail. No, I did an absolutely perfect approach. I don't know where, no, I didn't. I absolutely didn't. Yes, it's there. It's happening. It's happening. While you're working on that, I will, oh my god, that's so cool. I'm in a helicopter. All right, sorry. Avionics are off. Lights go off. Oh, I can still click them. Beacon is gonna stay on though. Nav light is going. Taxi lights going. Landing light we already turned off, so that's good. Boost pumps are off. They should already be off. Good. Heater's off. Didn't use it. So let's see how mad our people are. Oh, they're so pissed. Sorry. Oh, it's cool. So cool. Ah, so cold in the cabin. You know what? I got us down safely, right? Mixtures, idle cutoff. Oh, God. Crash bar. Mags, master. Check our hobs. Do the rest of the things. Secure. Engine, intake, pitot, wheel chocks, control lock. Good. They're so mad. I'll throw the parking brake on too. Boom! Stealth copter. Oh no! What happened? I don't know why it flipped me around. There it is. Stealth copter. Oh god. You need to eat. I do too. I haven't eaten anything all day and I haven't even finished my energy drink yet. So that's amazing. Oh, thanks for the broadcast. Yes, I do. I appreciate you guys being here. Do a stream together at some point. We'll get it figured out. But it is when I get a chance to stream. It's like I don't know when I'm gonna be able to. And then, oh my god, I love airport sunset things. Anywho, yeah. Once I can actually figure stuff out ahead of time. We'll figure it out. How's that sound? Oh, shoot. I'll go like that, and then I'll go like this. There. Stealth copter in the sunset. Is that a... What's the thing where it's like it's a VTOL, but it's also... Well, the Osprey, right? But it's called something else where it's a both. I don't know. Anyway, now that I'm out of the plane, the brain's gonna stop working. No plane, no brain. If I did merch, that would be one of them. Okay. All right. I'm gonna get out of here. Doing the thing. I don't know why it didn't put it into my logbook, but whatever. Main menu. Continue. We'll quick look at a little nav map. And then, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was everything before I think of anything else. That's what I've been saying to my students recently, is like, there's so many things to go over. And then, I don't know. I don't know if I say too much, or I hope I don't, but I don't know. But anyway, so like it is. We'll have a thing. Like we'll go over some stuff, and then there'll be another thing to go over, and then do a thing, go over, and then it'll be like I'll have a pause, and I'll start trying to think of stuff, and then I'll be like, nope, I think we're good. So I say to them, I'm like, before I think of anything else, do you have any thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? And they're probably like, nope. And I'm like, all right, quick, get out before I think of something else for your own sake. Yep. Such a professional. So, we took off. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I missed your rotors coming to stop. Okay, I was thinking, it sounded like they were, and then I was gonna wait, and then it was like, it didn't seem like they were, so then I'm sorry, it missed, I'm sorry. I should have asked. Next time. So, we took off 20, I think. Yeah, took off 20, crossed, autopiloted our way, went too far, came back here, and then didn't know where we were, so started coming back here, and then decided to come back this way, and got onto the approach again, and nailed it, kind of. And then we didn't want to deal with closed taxiways, so we just took off this way, and then took off to the left, and got back autopiloted our way. And I think that one, we got close, so then we decided to go down to this approach so that we had a little bit more time. Nailed that one. Maybe, I can't remember. I think we did okay. And then, but could not figure out how to get the hold to stay in the hold for at least one, but whatever. On the autopilot. Took off again, autopiloted our way all the way back, and then still had story times, so we just autopilot heading to our way to make a cup. Our cup is half full. It's over half full. Haha, looks kind of like a cup, right? I don't know, just me. So autopilot heading to our way, got onto the approach, our weather did not reflect our METAR. And even if it did, I forgot to press the approach button, so we went right over the airport at our initial altitude. And then had to turn back around, and I tried to hand fly it down to a pattern in the instrument conditions, which is not what we do in real life, but I figured I'd try it. We maintain control of the aircraft, I'll say. And then, so we did. We got back over here, could not see the runway well enough, and track IR went bleh. So we decided to pause it, go clear skies, and did not even a 360-degree turn. I don't know what you call that, but it's whatever it is. It's like a bean, carrot. I don't know. It actually kind of looks like a little slipper with the road here. Anyway, came back around and did a pattern in the, because I learned how to do that. More so. I am a rated multi-engine pilot, and I say stuff like that. It's been a year, and I'm getting back into it, and I'm getting better at it. So, yeah. It's a license to learn. Anywho. Yeah, so we did, and I want to say the autopilot, for the most part, has gotten a lot better than it has been. Still needs work. Multi-engine stuff has gotten a lot better. Still needs work. But anyway, I feel a lot more comfortable doing all of it, and the pitch, the power, things like that. So yeah, we'll see where we're at next time. Yes, next time. Sounds good. Okay, so let me get things together here. I'll go like flight sim, boop, and a boop. And yeah, I do. I gotta go eat. I gotta go do. Yeah. It's longer than I anticipated, but you know what? We got it all in. So that's good. Yeah. 2 more months and I'll have mins. That's the plan anyway. And we will. We'll yeah, stuff just keeps happening. So we'll see where it goes from here. whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Thanks for putting your points in and embarrassing me by making me do the voices and accents that I put in there for you guys to do. And then I regret having done it, except at least you said it was entertaining, so I'll take it. And yeah, thems, you got a 3-stream streak. Nice, excellent. And thank you again for the follow, NC Gator 424. Appreciate you putting up with me and my shenanigans. Yeah, there's always some sort of shenanigan. Like I said, I do things a lot better and more precisely and thoroughly and focused in real life than I do in stream and the sim. So again, don't take my antics here as an indication of my ability and attitude toward actual real life life. I can be a bit of a hard ass about stuff. But there is some learning that can be done in the sim. And again, like I said, as an instructor, I let students get into things to a point where, like, hopefully they can get themselves out, or at least I can get them out and learning happens. So then in here, we can let things get all sorts of to a point where, like, yeah, how far can we get it and still get out of it? Not to push limits in real life or anything like that, or do things that aren't correct, but if something were to happen, hey, and we had to do something. I feel like my point isn't quite coming across, but I hope it is. I hope you understand where I'm getting at. But yeah, that's one of the quotes that I've been like thinking about recently and utilizing recently is smooth seas, what is it? Smooth seas never made a strong sailor. So, and to be honest, that's been for my students as well as myself recently. I keep saying, like, one of my things that I pray for all the time is, like, I want to be better at being an instructor, and I want to be a better pilot and things like that. And then I get these things that I have to get out of and issues that I have to handle. And it's like, I mean, I didn't mean that way, but okay, fine. So it has. Yeah, always learning, always getting better, always hopefully experiencing new things to a point. And we've gone over all of that sort of stuff. So I'll, again, try not to yap too much more than I already have. But yeah, that's where we're at. Thank you for the stream. Sounds good. Please join my Discord. Okay, sounds good. I will. I'm going to. I'm gonna make myself. I'm sorry. I'm really bad. I'm really bad about it. But I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it this time. So, talk to you soon. Yes. Again, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it so much. For those of you who are new, quick thing. For those of you who are new, I am a pilot in real life and flight instructor. Not airline or anything yet, coming up on my minimums, but we'll see where that goes. Disclaimer below, this is not flight instruction. We talk through things, but it is. There's, again, like I said, there's stuff that I do in here and ways that I do things in here that I absolutely do not do and do not condone in real life. So just keeping that in mind. And I do. Coming up on mins, spring ends up being very busy. So, and it just has been busy, just getting through different things. So I would like to stream more, but I end up only doing about one stream a month at the moment. So if I can get one, in earlier, hope to see you then. Otherwise, hope to see you in a month. But I have my Discord. If you want, like I said, I'm really bad at being in it right now. I can throw it in there though, if you wanted to pop in there. Oh God, that's gonna sound weird. I spelled Discord wrong. Yay, it still works. And I don't fly like this in real life. I don't. I'm so much better in a real plane. I am. Yes, exactly. Thank God. I do. I promise. like I said, I am. I can be a bit of a hard ass about stuff, and I've wondered if sometimes I'm a bit too much, but I'd rather be safe than sorry, and I'd rather my students be safe than sorry. So we'll see. Always adjusting and learning in that respect as well. Not just knowledge, not just skills, but also person to person and things. So yeah, anyway. Am I looking for a raid target? Sure. Go for it. It's gonna be appropriate, right? So yeah, so usually when we raid, I'm still on Microsoft 2020. I haven't pulled the trigger on 2024 yet. I'm getting some info and feedback and stuff. I am gonna quit here. Sim music is gonna come off so that I can pop this like this and get, yes, the raid going. So again, I've used Flight Sim through my training, not for skill building, for procedure building. And so I'm less airline God, freaking words. We don't tend to go to like airline stuff. We try to keep it to like the sort of low and slow GA, general aviation stuff, when we pass it off. And I try to do 2020 as well, but we don't always have that because a lot of people have. They've switched to the 2024. So he's PG-13. Okay. Okay. What would I be rated? Am I PG-13? Would you consider me PG-13? I feel like I'm more PG. I think I'm PG. Parental guidance, but you switched to only 2024 in X-Plane 12 months ago and you haven't regretted it? Okay. The one thing I've been talking to a couple people about it is like, I wasn't sure which, where am I going? I wasn't sure which, sorry. What am I doing? Oh, my tummy's rumbling. I wasn't sure which version of 2024 to get because I wanted certain planes, and then other people are saying, like, get the lower version and just get marketplace versions of the aircraft. And I was like, okay, that I could definitely go that route. The one thing is I don't like paying for stuff. So like, I'd have to like figure out, okay, so for the specific planes that I want, buying them marketplace with the base game versus doing the whatever thing. I don't know. So we'll see. I want to get to it at some point, but like with how busy and stuff I am, I really don't want to have to like redo all of my stuff. So Bold Dark Legend, he's playing Legend of Zelda. Okay. Let me see if there's a low and slow for our flight sim stuff since we're flight sim. And then we'll see. Okay? I had a Legend of Zelda game on my Game Boy Color back in the day. I enjoyed that. There was one part that I had to cheat on because I couldn't freaking get it. It was so freaking annoying. Don't abandon you for 2024. It won't be in the near future. Cause yeah, just trying to get through some stuff. Get the lower version and stick with payware for what you need to procedure build. Okay, default planes are fun, but very few are worthy of what I want to do with them. Fair. Okay, sounds good. And I like having that validation, validation for that. What's it called? That route that I'm planning on going. So. Ooh. Okay. So I did just, no problem, just a suggestion, very chill channel. Okay, sounds good. I did just find somebody, their IFR practice and chill. So that's, That sounds kind of up our alley. So we will. We'll go to the flight sim one, and since we oh shoot, I don't even know if it's 2024 though. It says Microsoft Flight Simulator, so we'll go with that for now. The Blackbird 310R works great in Flight Simulator 2024. Excellent, since I have it. Oh shoot though, it's a followers only chat. So I like to let you guys be able to yeah, I like to let you guys be able to like chat with them and stuff. So that would kind of Oh, let's see. You got another small one. Oh, emotes only though, so. I don't know, how chatty do you guys feel like being? Because we could pop over to that one. That could be interesting. Yeah, the rest of them I think are just setting it and or this one might be interesting. It looks like less of a small plane, but looks like potentially we're gonna try here. He's flying an airliner, but it looks like, yeah, it's not just setting it on autopilot and going. But okay, sorry. Coming back. And that recommendation comes from a guy who bought the full Aviators edition for $200. That's the one I was kind of thinking of because it had one of the planes that I wanted. So, okay. But yeah, so so don't low and marketplace. Sounds good. Can I have your bank account, right? No followers on the chat. Sounds good. It would cost you a lot since you recently bought a top-of-the-line PC with a 5090 in it and have thousands of dollars of payware for XP12 and Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Fair. Not a brag, just you realizing how crazy you are about this stuff. Right. And I'll say that too. I don't like spending money, but I did when I decided to do my PC and everything, I made sure it was good. So when you have those like little ones, yeah, it's good. And nice helicopter flying. Exactly. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for being in there as well. That was fun. And we'll see the rotor stop next time. You've had lots of practice. Just you wait till I finally get on voice and do a stream together. Yes, we will. We'll get it figured out once I can actually plan ahead for stuff. I'd like to start doing like branch out and do more stuff. So that'd be fun. Okay, so yeah, we'll go here. I'm gonna raid and run. You guys I'm gonna raid and run and you guys have fun. We rhymed again. So again, whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it so much, and it's always fun being here. I miss being here more, but locking in, trying to do the stuff. So I do. I appreciate you guys being patient with me and being around when you can, and yeah, being along for the ride for this strange and unexpected journey that I have found myself on. So I do. And always I start getting all sappy and stuff. I do. I appreciate you guys and hope to talk to you again soon and more. And if I forgot anything, brain is mush. I think I went over everything. But yeah. Have a great whatever it's going to be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And until next time, all the good things. So yes, would love to see that. That'd be fun. Yes. Yeah, go check out Karin. And yeah, until next time, have fun seeing more flight sim people. And I'd like to be That's one of the things too, where I was actually hoping to try and get to the SimCon thing this year. That was one of the things that I wanted to do. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to do it this year. There was another thing that I wanted to be able to do, and I missed a deadline on that this year. So it'll probably be next year. But at some point I would like to go do that stuff, be more around, and yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So anyway, like I said, before I think of anything else, don't forget to start the raid. I won't. Hotel 31 Delta 1. 1. You forgot that second one. Hotel 31 Delta 1. Incoming with all 6 of my viewers. Yes. So, yeah. Before I think of anything else, bye, thanks, have fun in the raid, and have a great rest of your weekend and all that. So, thank you, bye. Hotel 31 Delta 1, there it is, that one. Okay, thank you, bye.